Teenagers of Reddit, have you ever had a teacher so dumb you questioned how they got the job as a teacher? I had an older chemistry teacher in high school, probably about 50-60, that was just about oblivious to everything around him, aside from just being totally disorganized in the order he taught things, so most of his lectures made no sense as we didn't have context as to what came before. Here's just a general list of his escapades. Kids would be lighting up metal tongs on the Bunsen burners and fight each other with them. One kid got a nipple flap in his shirt. That was pretty funny. One kid would dump all the chemicals he got a hold of in a beaker in the far corner of the classroom after each experiment. He was so inept at teaching that once on a test that he never really taught material for, was caught handing out random grades to all the students. Often did homework the same way, as some kids didn't even turn theirs in and would get A's and B's. I'm sure I'm missing some stuff, but that's the brunt of it. Not sure what happened to him, as that was my last class my senior year. My history teacher told a class of future engineers that airplanes were only able to fly because they were built in a cross shape. You can imagine the laughter that ensued when they realized she was not joking. My favorite quote from the first course of aerodynamics. In this class you will learn how the air reacts against the different forms of wings, hull and general vehicle shapes. We will treat anything between biplanes and jumbo jets. We will however not treat the helicopter. For all intents and purposes that's just witchcraft. Yes, some professors too. Most memorable was my sex ed in Eastern Europe not so long after CCCP fell. According to my teacher, you climax because of temperature, thus rubbing your pee-pee makes you CM. Even as a kids we realized it's bulls. Orgasm is a myth and sex is a sin anyway. Allegedly, I've got good education by world standards. If that is true, I'm afraid to know how low the bar is set. My sex ed teacher said that if we had sex before we turned 18, we would die. Holy frick, I've needed this outlet. I had a teacher for my freshman year of high school. Now I know every student hates a teacher, but this was different. She was a math teacher who accused everybody of cheating. I was in an honors class with my best friend and we were comparing answers on a packet that she graded and passed back. Me and him had similar answers, but different grades. On, for example, question 5, we were both answer A, except he got it right, and I didn't. We asked her why and she just started screaming at us, accusing us of cheating, even though the paper was already passed back. This is only one instance. She took students' papers away and trashed them for no reason time over time, and she seemed to target my friend. My friend had all A's, a strict mother who wouldn't accept anything below a B, and he is in my eyes a genius. Our teacher treated him so crappy that he literally tried to kill himself because of the snowball effect of getting bad grades and his mom treating him badly. Not to mention, she thinks she is a wizard and threatened to get her wand on us. She sat on 2 chairs because she was so large that one wasn't enough. And her students once made a petition to get rid of her. Sorry if I sound like I am rambling. I'm using this thread to rant. Took some entry histories course my first year of college. The first words out of the professor's mouth was, I know this is an entry history course most of you are taking as a requirement for another field, but I'm going to make this course so difficult. Most if not all of you are going to fail or drop out. Yet, I walked out and signed up for a different history course to satisfy the requirement. Got an A. Some professors say this on the first day to scare off lazy students, but don't actually follow through with the threat. I had one professor who said something similar on the first day. The next class he looked around the room, took stock of how many students didn't show up and said, this is a more manageable class size. I am not a teenager and I generally don't hold grudges, but this is a grudge I've held my whole life. I will never forgive my 5th grade math teacher. We weren't allowed to use calculators on our homeworks at the school and I had this absolute dictator of a math teacher. We generally had to show all our work unless it was obvious. On one of the homeworks 99 circumflex 2 had to be calculated and I thought that was sufficiently obvious, 199.99. So I didn't show that part of the problem, I just wrote it down. She said no one could possibly do that in their head and gave me a 0 on the homework. Absolutely wouldn't discuss it or listen to reason. Same teacher gave us a puzzle out of a magazine. A friend and I solved it together. And once you had the answer it was trivial to show you had the right answer. This woman looked at it and said that's wrong. I don't know how it's wrong, but I couldn't solve the puzzle, so there's no way a couple of 5th graders could. Same teacher ended up being my bio teacher. We had to make cell drawings. I'm sure that's really common, but I put an enormous amount of work into mine. It was super detailed and well labeled. She gave me a 0 for not using color, which demonstrated that you didn't care. I hate her. She wasn't dumb, but she never liked to teach. She literally slept during lecture. She only gave tons of homework and didn't even teach how it's done. But when our principal used to come to check, she used to suddenly start acting like she was the best teacher ever so that she doesn't get fired. That way even we couldn't make any complaints. Good, I finished my school. At least 5 times. I wouldn't call them dumb, just not professional enough. Substitutes don't count, I assume, but every English teacher I've had, except for one, didn't speak English properly. I'm in a French province of Canada. I always end up being praised for being bilingual, but like, you studied in this, in university. My 3rd English teacher once asked me to stay after class to read a letter she wrote for a retiring co-worker, in English, to check if there were any mistakes. That honestly made me laugh afterwards. We hardly learn anything in English. Most of the time, it's just French storytelling and talking. Good job. Yeah, a math teacher I have does this thing where if they forget to check homework, or anything, they put a 0 in for it. So then my parents see it, and then I get in trouble for the teacher's stupid mistakes. I also had a teacher that said medication can't help your ADHD. It's just an excuse, and I had to try best not to simultaneously yell and laugh my butt off. Have ADHD. Currently having a smile at that. My history teacher argued with me for about an hour. He was teaching us World War II. He was saying that Japan never took part. English education system in a nutshell, people. Funny hearing from a country who were colonized by Japan. In my freshman year of high school, my chem teacher went on maternity leave, and the long-term sub was nothing short of a dumbass. Not only did he not know half the material he needed to teach, he spent an entire 80-minute class period once lecturing us on why global warming isn't real. I had an English teacher who was absurdly sheltered and dumb. She was in her 60s and I think she had no contact with the outside world. This was a college-level ESL English as a second language class. English is not my first language, but I was already fluent by then. She was teaching us business jargon one day and she said a multiplex was a cinema room with a screen on each wall. Yes, really. And you sat at a table and you could turn around and watch whatever movie you wanted. Predictably, everyone started talking at the same time and saying that was not how a multiplex worked, and she kept denying it. We asked her how would you deal with the different soundtracks, and if you had to pay for 4 tickets, and she said she didn't know. She'd never been to one, but that's how they worked. I guess you could wear headphones? She got really mad and ended up walking out of the class. She complained to the dean and we all got told off for questioning a teacher. Yes, really. I tuned out her voice for the rest of the year and just read books. Side-eyeing the dean hard. Not a teenager, but my college history professor told us all American Indians were vegan because they understood that killing animals was wrong. One of my first days at my new school, our year 5 teacher was reading Treasure Island to us and one of the characters had a saber-cut scar on his face. She said that it was from a saber-toothed tiger. I piped up and said something like, "That's nonsense, saber-toothed tigers are extinct." Her response, "Treasure Island was written a long time ago." I don't even have a joke, just stop letting these people teach our children. Think I got one. She's so old, her cat is a saber-toothed tiger. I got nothing else. My 7th grade social studies teacher, public school, Indiana, asserted that Mahatma Gandhi was a Christian who converted from Islam. I didn't even bother to try and correct her. Crazy crap like this came out of her mouth almost every day and I got sick of trying to address it because the principals didn't care either. She also had a large nativity scene on her desk that took up over a third of it. Welcome to Indiana, where incompetent teaching and religious proselytizing go hand in hand. My 7th grade social studies teacher in Indiana had a mirror at a low point on his desk that we realized he was using to look up skirts. We also gave him an industrial-sized jar of peanut butter that he ate with a spoon over the course of the year. I have endless stories about this man. I had a teacher in needlework. She was gone for literal months, and there was so few teachers in needlework in Sweden, so we had no substitute, and therefore we had no lessons that hour. One lesson she was here and we did a test. Whatever score we got that test was our final grade, and I don't know why she is still teaching to this very day. My science teacher thought Galileo's telescope was a space telescope, and my chemistry teacher was so freaking clumsy. She dropped mercury container and spilled hydrochloric acid in my class. I heard she broke some other crap and experiments went wrong. No one died or seriously injured, but I don't know how she got that job, hold that job, or stayed alive. I got into an argument with a teacher who asked if anyone knew Galileo's first name. Happens all the time where I go to school RN in a third world country because it's a school that doesn't pay teachers very well, meaning we are always short on teachers, meaning we will accept anybody to teach even if they have no idea what they are teaching. So, we had one person who might have been a criminal or something because he changed his nationality and his name and came here to work even though our school doesn't pay him. Now he left, probably on the run. Oh yeah, and don't get me started on a flat earther physics teacher. Flat earther physics teacher. HMMMMMM. My year 10 physics teacher, 9th grade. Physics was my weakest subject throughout school, so I tended to ask quite a few questions. I would always try working it out by myself first, by using the 2 books we were given, but sometimes had to go ask the teacher BC I just wasn't getting it. She would always tell me to refer back to my book. What does the book say? Hold on, let me look in the book. How did you become a physics teacher if you can't explain anything without a book? It got to the point where I stopped asking her anything BC, she was zero help. My art teacher in elementary, whenever I would draw something, I would work my butt off. Then she would give me crap about it lacking texture, shading, or it wasn't round enough for her. Keep in mind this is from kindergarten to 5th grade. It would get to the point where I was so frustrated that I was crying and she wouldn't do crap. She's acting like she expects us to have college art skills. She was the same with my sister as well. I hope she's not teaching anymore. What a bee she was. Old and cranky too. Sounds like my elementary school art teacher. This bee chewed me out so badly over blending that I went home crying and stopped drawing and sculpting altogether. When I was 19 in university, my biology teacher, who had a PhD, refused to teach evolution because she was a creationist Christian. She was required to have an evolution lecture, so she had another professor come give it, but she sat in the front and if anyone asked a question she would glare at them. I don't know how she got a freaking degree, let alone became a college professor. My biology teacher was a creationist and a PhD. Didn't believe in evolution because how can structures this complex be an accident? Yet she taught the theory so thoroughly. I had huge respect for someone who could put aside their religion for the sake of teaching the scientific consensus. She made me believe it was all true even though she didn't believe it herself. Every history teacher I had did not understand nor had a grasp on what they were teaching. We were just memorizing events. Teacher, in year X the Magna Carta was signed. Student, what was it for? Student, why did they need it? Teacher, I know it's irrelevant to the post, but the Magna Carta was signed in 1215 by King John to make peace between the crown and rebel barons. It was a list of rights granted to the people and was significant in that regard. Yes, my English teacher, she started teaching in our school this year, but she don't even speak the language. When she tries to teach complex grammar she messes up every goddamn time, and I just feel bad for most of my classmates who already have troubles with foreign languages. Not my teacher, but my friend has a long-term sub. Said sub never actually teaches. Instead, she yells at the class and then just does the work. A lot of kids have to go on Google and YouTube for help. Little context. I'm from the Philippines and English isn't the native language but is almost as widely used in the country. In fact, the Philippines is one of the countries who speak the language fluently along with native speakers. But oh god, I had this teacher who taught our English class in grade 10 but was almost always grammatically incorrect and spelled words wrong a lot of times. I don't judge people who have a hard time constructing a sentence in the language because, as I've said, it wasn't the mother tongue, but actually teaching it, that's a whole different level. level. Once, our top student at that time, who was a little more advanced than the rest of us, once contradicted her, but she got mad and got so defensive that she shut him up and made him sit down. We researched the lesson and found out our classmate was right. I was so frustrated that year, and apparently, news flew to the administration and she got transferred the next year. It was just crappy that we had to endure a whole freaking year with her having not a single thing learned. There was this fat butt teacher that told us to run faster during recess. She was over 400 pounds and told us that we were slow. Me and my friends nicknamed her the Tin Can for no reason. She was fired 2 months later. My biology teacher in high school asked me if me and my twin brother were fraternal or identical. I'm a girl. It was a serious question. I've heard that this question is depressingly common. I had this one computer science teacher who had absolutely no idea what he was doing. We had to tell him what to do half the time, as he'd be taking these long roundabout ways of doing very simple stuff. I think that's just most teachers when it comes to computers. I was showing my best mate some things about India once. Since I'm half Indian, my BFF wants to know a little more about it. Then we came to religions and showed him some of them and their symbols. In case you don't know, Hitler adopted the swastika from these symbols. Then one of our teachers comes over and tells us to go away from all that Nazi stuff. And I explained to her that it's just some Indian religions, and then she I've never wanted to speak to her since, and I'm glad that I don't have her anymore. Report her. My year 10 understanding the human body teacher, on the first day of class, he actually admitted that he was a physics teacher. I'm not saying that he was bad at physics, but I don't understand why he was teaching biology. We would sometimes ask him questions about the material, and he would usually say that he doesn't know. Most of the stuff he either got out of a textbook, without explaining it thoroughly, or he would Google it. The class average for the exams was about 55, 60. I had a ESL English teacher who was actually a science teacher. All he had us do were paragraphs about our weekends or keeping a journal and crap like that. Then he just up and disappeared for months with no news on whether he quit or not. Eventually a new teacher came and said the old one basically transferred schools to teach the subject he actually studied in. Years ago in high school, I had this science teacher who was completely useless. He spent every lesson reading from a textbook and having us copy it down. After about half a year he disappeared and we were given a decent sub. Turns out he wasn't even a teacher and had got the job because nobody ever checked his background. He ended up getting arrested, where we finally found out he was a con man. I've seen a comment about this on another post, but this also happened to me. We were in geography and revising for a test we had. Our teacher pointed to England and said, "This is London. The capital of it is England," and I just couldn't hold in my laugh. England is my city. Not a teenager now, but when I was in 8th grade, my science teacher mused, "It makes you wonder how they never bump into stars when they go into space. I'm pretty sure they would die before getting close up with a star." Not as a teenager, but in job school, my politics teacher was a freaking joke. The only thing he did was giving us worksheets which he got from the internet, probably for free, and while we tried to complete them, he was in the back of the class and did crap with his iPad. Most of the time he didn't even know the correct answers to the worksheets. We had one test in this class and it was about recent news. We should just watch the news to study. There was a freaking soccer question. Like, what was the score of the match? Gosh, I got so mad. Thank goodness that we only had this class once every 2 weeks for one semester. I hated that lazy piece of crap. I have a graphic design class. Took it because I was told it was easy. The teacher literally believes the moon landing was fake, thinks the earth is flat, and doesn't even teach. He uploads YouTube Photoshop tutorials to Google Classroom and essentially just says follow the tutorial and turn it in. I'm more concerned with the fact that we're not his only class. 6th grade of a pre-K8. First year they decided that 6th wouldn't be a part of the rotating teachers except science. 7/8 got separate science, math, English and history. She was a kindergarten teacher the year before, and she was the only candidate. Other choices were the principal, a useless administrator who couldn't handle a classroom, or a parent. Would have sucked, but oh well. It turned into practically a daycare. Kids brought in stuffed animals, built a pyramid in the back out of mural paper that people would just get into randomly during the day. We watched cartoons at 3. Frick her. I hated her and let her know it. Useless. Stupid frick. I learned nothing that year, and the science teacher that year was the worst teacher the school hired in the 12 years I was there. The most overqualified idiot ever. Mrs. P and Mrs. H. The worst teachers I've ever had. Easily tops the alcoholic Latin teacher who would come in hungover in high school, and the college calc prof who couldn't speak English. What was the Latin and Cal teacher's name? I think we went to the same high school, Mayo. Our class usually liked the religion teacher, however one time he said that he didn't believe in evolution because he doesn't identify with monkeys. Of course that's because trough evolution we became a different species. We didn't evolve from monkeys anyway, we just share a common ancestor. We had a year 12 calculus teacher who added 7 and 5 and got 14. Her eyes went in completely different directions and she gave a kid attention because she failed to provide a chair for him. So he sat on a textbook covering the top of the rubbish bin, and the bin collapsed. I once had a geography teacher who in all honesty did not know the order of seasons. A grown man teaching a group of 16-year-olds. Where do I even begin? When I was 7, teacher, and dogs are? Me. Omnivore, teacher, no they are carnivore, me, but I saw in TV that they have teeth used to chew vegetables like us and that a little bit of vegetables and fruits are good for them. Teacher, mad as frick, then give him meat and see if IT doesn't eat IT. Me? Yeah, they are omnivore so they will eat it too. She didn't have me the good behavior chocolate that week. When I was 12 or so we had a hellish teacher that talked way too much about religion and torture for someone who doesn't reach the subject. We actually started asking deep religious questions when we weren't in the mood to study cause he would waste the whole class talking about it and we could do whatever quietly. He once got freaking mad like mad when a girl said Happy Easter to him because there is no happiness in Jesus dying. He also called the same student a lesbian for sitting on the lap of her friend. Told her to stop it or people would talk. In my country that amount of skinship is pretty okay. And she was a kid. Had a teacher in college who would just talk about prostitutes every class. No reason. No provocation. Just say something about prostitutes in the middle of the lecture. She was a woman but this is still creepy. Another teacher said we should answer the tests in the most direct way possible. 15 lines maximum. Got my test back with a lockerish grade because it lacks details. The only person who got the full points did a 2-page detailed and redundant essay. He talked about how he wanted it short 4 weeks before the test and literally right before it. I hate this pig. Oh yeah, we had a grade 12 English teacher that had absolutely no clue what she was doing. All she did was talk about her little dogs. The only real assignment we got was to pick a book from the library and write a report on every chapter and hand it in at the end of the semester. And by then end of the semester she had totally forgotten about it. Which was a good thing because nobody did it, haha. Having been a student and a teacher and a parent, I've concluded 10% of teachers are great, 20% are good, 40% are fair, 20% are bad and 10% are terrible. I would rank myself as fair as I only taught 2 years and didn't get up to the good range. Teachers get little training and the poor students are the ones who suffer. They get experimented on. Essentially, I feel bad that my students didn't have a more experienced teacher. I did the best I could but knowing material and teaching it are very different. And most of a teacher's time can be spent in classroom management. I taught at a school where lot of the kids had parents that didn't care about education. Once had a woman, supply teacher, I think, try to tap the touchscreen whiteboard in our classroom for some kind of presentation. This was a while ago. I was like 10, so I'm a bit hazy on the details. Except it wasn't a touchscreen whiteboard at all. It was a projected image on a whiteboard. She was just poking a whiteboard, and we all found it pathetic. Got em. Yes, this was back when I was in elementary school. We had this one teacher that was kinda dumb. One day one of the students asked her, "Have you ever seen a narwhal?" or something around the lines of that, but she processed to say that they are not real. The student said look one up on Google. She did. When she saw the images and held her statement by saying that they aren't real and that they are probably photoshopped. I had a teacher in elementary school that didn't know basic math. I couldn't ask her for help because of that and had to figure it on my own, then teach my teacher math. I never understood how she got the job. Fellow teachers of Reddit, what experiences have you had with dumb parents? My wife is a teacher. One time she had a parent blame her for giving the student autism. Oh crap, caught the autism again. Better stay inside for 3 to 5 days and drink plenty of liquid. The stupidity of some individuals never ceases to amaze me. I substituted in RHS for 5 months to finish off the year for a teacher who was on maternity leave. So I had a student, HS senior, who never did any homework, accounted for 35% of the total grade. I would constantly send emails to the parents, who always responded that they'd deal with it, spoke with the parents at conferences, and kept the admin in the loop. 1 week before finals, I sent the notice home that she needed to get a 97% on the final to pass the class and get the credits she needed for graduation, and I even gave her one more chance to turn in past homework for 50% credit. FF to the final, she barely gets a passing grade and therefore can't get the credits, can't graduate, can't enlist in the Air Force like she had intended. The parents come into the office of the school screaming at everyone that they had no clue it would come to this. When we all sat down in an office with the guidance counselor, principal, department head and myself, I reviewed the several notices with them, explained that she had multiple opportunities to gain credit, etc., but refused to do anything. Turns out the wife was hiding the emails and information from her husband and wanted her daughter to fail so she wouldn't join the Air Force and move away from home. Last I heard from the situation, they're not together. The daughter is working at Lowe's, never finished HS, and has 2 kids and multiple arrests for selling drugs. There's a reason I didn't want to pursue teaching as a career after that. Well, the mother got her wish. Daughter was manipulated into staying near home. The lack of a decent relationship between these two will cause the daughter to manipulate her own children to the same effect. The cycle continues. Not sure if this counts as dumb, but I had one parent come to school, drop off her child, and physically assault an elementary schooler she believed was bullying her child before I could stop it. That was scarring for everybody involved. We had a parent instigate an investigation into bullying, formal complaint, restorative meetings, etc., because her son was on the playground after school, and when one of the older children wanted to get past him he said, "Excuse me, little one." She said that by not using his name, the older child didn't know it. He was bullying her son. That's actually precious. It's an insanely sensible way to get past someone, especially being a kid. I taught English in Colombia for a summer and had some pretty interesting interactions. One particular set of parents insisted that their son was a brilliant genius who didn't need to study. He rarely came to class and therefore could barely speak any English, while the rest of his classmates could speak full, basic sentences. I emailed his parents my concerns for his apparent lack of motivation, and they told me that he could speak perfect English and didn't need to come to class, so they let him skip. Finally, parent-instructor conferences time came and I asked them to bring their son. I asked him in English, "How is English class coming along?" He stared blankly and just started crying. "Told you so." Just before Christmas break, I had the students hand in a paper. One of the students was missing a page, so I pulled out the contact sheet that I had the students fill out at the beginning of the year, and gave a call. The student's father picked up the line, said, "Thanks for calling. We will definitely get that extra page into you." The next day, the student's mother comes storming into the classroom. She happens to be an education assistant at the school. She demands to know where I got that number. I said that her son had put it on the contact sheet. Apparently the parents are separated. She proceeded to tell me that I had no right to call that number, and that when there is a problem with their son, only she has the right to know. I told her, "Thanks, that's good to know." That's when she dropped this bombshell. "If he hands something and that is incomplete, you fail him. You got that? Fail." Then she walked out of the classroom. This coming from a person who is supposed to help children succeed. I wouldn't call them dumb parents, but parents who are in denial about who their child actually is break my heart. For instance, we had a student who had an abundance of markers for autism and was in 6th grade. All the teachers on the student's team agreed they ought to tell the parents their concerns and suggest the student be tested so we could offer more resources for the student. The teacher who spoke with them was very polite, very kind in suggesting they try and figure out how best to help the student. And the mom literally screamed at her that nothing was wrong with her child and that she would never get the student tested. Her husband even tried to tell her that it wasn't a bad thing and that they should try and see if it would help since his teachers who knew him thought it might. The mom started cussing out the teacher and stormed out. Denial, the not so silent killer. I teach in a college, so the students are almost always 18 or over. A couple years ago, one student's mother called the chair of my department to complain on behalf of her daughter about the difficulty of some work listed on my syllabus. My chair was baffled. Asked the mother if her daughter was over 18. The mother replied that her daughter was 20 years old. My chair explained that it was then her daughter's responsibility to either speak with me directly or withdraw from the course. That's it. That's all. It's college. People only go if they want to. No one's mother can do anything about the workload. Seriously, I'm glad that's the policy in college so then kids who had helicopter parents can learn to grow without the helicopter influence. I had a student who I caught plagiarizing in an essay. The zero was going to cause the student to not graduate on time. The parent called a meeting, but I had proof of the action thanks to Turnitin.com. I explained the assignment, and I showed the parent my proof. And that is when she said, "But I wrote that part of the essay, not my daughter, so she didn't cheat. I did." I have a love-hate relationship with Turnitin.com. I like the concept of it, but if you have a balls-long essay with 100 quotes, say you're doing a book report, Elmo takes a bath and you have to practically rewrite the book in quotes, it makes you look really bad. That doesn't mean that I'm not using it when I become a teacher. 4-day weekend. Come back on Monday to 50 emails. Generally we have 10-15 in my group. My voicemail has 10 messages. I had not gotten a voicemail once in my entire time at my school. Parent flipping out that their student is failing. How stupid I was for not allowing their student to do the work. How ridiculous I was that I could not give her student another chance. Last email and voicemail is husband apologizing because I am not the teacher of this student. Got confused with last name I guess. Turned out okay for you I guess lol. Taught college, so my story is nice. Had a student failing horrible, 10%, but would not drop. Whatever, not my dime, not my problem. Anyway, grades come in and, I guess, his mother has his password to his account. Or perhaps he just told her his grade, F, obviously, and I get an angry email insisting that there's no way he could have failed pre-calculus, because my god, his father is an engineer and the student wants to be an engineer and he just has to be good at math. The best part is, when you turn 18 and go to college you're treated as an adult, even if you don't act like one, and there's a little box you can check that says allow my parents to see my records. Most kids don't check it, and by law I am not allowed to release any records to anyone, even parents. So I politely informed her that her son is considered an adult and I was not allowed to release any records and that she would have to contact him. Of course this prompted a long "I'm going to get you fired" email that I forwarded to my dean who came to my office for a long laugh. I actually feel pretty bad for the kid. Having a helicopter mom like that at that age will do him no favors. When I was a student teacher, we were preparing for parent-teacher interviews. My cooperating teacher and the VPs had to have a discussion with me in regards to meeting with one particular parent. Basically, let my cooperating teacher do all the talking. Usually I'd be expected to take the lead as I had been planning and teaching the course at this point for a while. Because if we say the wrong thing it's entirely possible that the kid will be showing up to school with bruises the next day. Apparently the administration had already been involved with this individual and police multiple times before. In the end everything turned out okay, as far as I know. I believe the student went on to graduate, middle school, that year. Still something that sticks with me as a reminder that the profession isn't just lessons and grading. There's some real crap that goes down occasionally. Parent thought all the F's the student was receiving stood for Fantastico. My teacher friend almost lost it in their face during parent-teacher conference. Reminds me of this story. My neighbor went to the Catholic school where students in primary grades received grades of O, outstanding, S, satisfactory, and U, unsatisfactory. She got a bunch of us on her assignments and her mother was very angry with her. And my neighbor told her mom, "But mom, you means you did good." The dumbest parents I have experience with are really the ones I had no experience with. I generally have about 150 students any given quarter, and parent-teacher conferences twice a year. I never get more than 6 parents. This past quarter was my worst ever. One parent showed up. What bothers me even more is that I teach middle school, an age group that really doesn't want to be in school, in an inner city district, adding even more to students' drive. A complete lack of interest in your kid's education is the dumbest thing I can think of. I've had a parent tell me that her child will be late to class every day because the street lights aren't on when she comes to school. The street lights aren't on because the sun is up. Enablers. Worthless enablers. What the I? Not me, but from a co-worker of mine. She informed a parent that her 3rd grader was struggling with multiplication and division. She suggested that the parent work with the child on these skills. The parent refused because she never learned how to multiply or divide. Therefore it had no practical use and so she didn't see the big deal. Sigh. That deserves more than a sigh. I had a 5th grader blow up on me, shouting and screaming in the hallway. This was sort of the final straw for him. He had a long history of verbal abuse of staff in the school, and he was suspended for 6 days. State law allows the parents to have an informal meeting with the teacher and the principal of the school. Mom and dad come into this meeting with myself, the principal and the guidance counselor. Principal introduces everyone. Mom interrupts saying she has a major concern that needs to be addressed immediately. She accused the principal of being an imposter and demanded that everyone in the room take out their driver's licenses to prove that we are who we say we are. We all refused and she battled about this for 10 or so minutes. Over the course of the next 45 minutes she ranted about how the principal was an imposter, and that this imposter principal, myself and the superintendent were involved in a conspiracy to remove her son from the school. I think I could expose this to our cringe. I knew it. You're all working together. Teachers everywhere are in some big conspiracy to fail 5th graders. How dare you not take out your driver's license to prove your identity? My first year of teaching, I had a student who was constantly sleeping in class. I called home about it and the mother said that he was always on his computer or watching TV at night and she couldn't get him to stop. I was only 23 at the time and didn't feel confident enough to tell a parent how to be a parent. But if that happened now, I'd calmly tell the parent to go into the room and remove the offending technology. I had to show my big sister the best way to disable a computer or PS3 temporarily so her kids wouldn't use them when they weren't allowed, and in a way that would be easy to fix that didn't require actually taking the whole device. I love my nephews and I get being a techno geek and gamer, but they took it a bit too far. Parents' evening. 1 is above target, 2 is on, 3 is below. Parent: why has my child got a 3 for academic achievement? Me: because they are working 2 grades under what they should be getting. Parent: but why has she got a 3? Me: silent sigh because she got an E on her test. Parent: but an E does not mean a fail. Me: for her it does. Parent: yeah, but it shouldn't be a 3 inches. A circle. A horrible, horrible circle. Repeat 3 times. On the flip side, I knew I was getting a D in algebra and told my teacher there was no way I could bring home a D. He added a comment code that said student is working up to ability, so I wasn't being lazy, just stupid. I had a kid that was very angry, got in fights with kids and teachers and so on. I worked with this kid and we were making a lot of progress. His mom believes in not sharing your feelings and keeping things bottled up, so she told him not to talk to me about his feelings anymore. For a year anytime I'd try to talk to him he'd say my mom says I don't have to talk about me feelings so I am not going to, and I'd patiently tell him okay. He got progressively worse and had such a hard year that year. After he came back from summer he came up to me and gave me a hug and told me thank you for helping him. The next year he did amazing. I'm really happy for him, but his mom really stunted his growth with her own fears of being open and vulnerable. She never liked me and my hippie ways, haha. Your last sentence explains your username, and you sound like a great teacher. I work as an assistant at an art studio and we have a 7-year-old with seizure syndrome. Except that, I'm pretty sure she doesn't. I'm pretty sure she has one seizure once and her mom freaked out and had her diagnosed. Now this little girl loved to terrorize her mother. She's told me that. She's looked up at me with her big brown eyes and gigantic, toothy smile, and told me that she likes messing with her mom and making her angry because her mom is too protective and one of those hovercopter parents. So this little girl just jerks her mom every which way and it's hilarious because her mom is just like that. Overbearing, extremely protective, and really bossy. She'll tell the main teacher and I how to teach her daughter how to draw and how many colors to use, etc etc. But we don't have to retaliate or even say anything because her daughter does it for us. That little girl is fantastic. That little girl is going to be the death of that mother. Not a direct interaction with the parents, but I feel it fits. I coordinate an internship program. I caught one of the students stealing. It wasn't a lot, a few packs of stride gum, but something like that makes us look bad to the employer could have jeopardized the entire program. I explain everything to school administration, and the student gets suspended for 3 days. When he returns he apologizes to me. I do a whole spiel that what he did was serious, and on a real job if you are caught stealing there are no second chances, and I had to promise the manager I'd watch him like a hawk for the rest of the year. To lighten the mood up a bit I asked him what he did over the 3 days of being suspended. His mom had taken him to the mall, bought him new headphones, a few shirts from Hollister and Abercrombie and new PS3 game, which he played all the time he was suspended for stealing. My uncle was a teacher in a school for troubled kids for about 10 years elementary. One day a kid starts talking about how the plants and deer are all over his house. My uncle, being a long-time surfer and product of the 70s, didn't say anything at first. Then, during a parent-teacher conference, the parents are just being flat out uncooperative. It ain't my son's fault. You failing him. Dat on you. He do his homework, I see him. Ma'am, he needs more fuck. No you don't what are talking about. How do you even be a teacher when you don't know shit? My uncle. I know you're cultivating marijuana at the same home where your son lives. BOOM. He said she got a look on her face that was just priceless, like she just crap her pants. Then he told her, get rid of the plants today and sit down with your son and help him with his work, or else. I had a parent who insisted that her daughter be allowed to make up work after her child missed 42 days of school. Luckily, I was able to hand that one off to administration. My teacher friend busted one of her kids for cheating and then went and informed the parents. The mom actually called the local radio station to complain about the teacher. Luckily the radio station and the callers thought the mom was crazy as well. Oh lordy, where to start? I teach 11th grade. 1. Sat in an IEP, special ed, meeting. The parents wanted all of these accommodations for the student even though we kept bringing up his daily weed habit. The accommodations still got on the plan with a promise from him to cut back. 2. Parents asking us how to parent their child. He gets upset when I take his Xbox. 3. A kid kept forgetting his backpack. I asked him if he had his cell phone or shoes. Obviously he did. So I told him to put those items in his backpack when he gets home. His mom thought I was a genius. 4. One parent was exasperated that their child with ADHD wasn't doing college level work. 5. 2 minutes into a phone conference with a mom, she compared her son with her other kids and lamented that her son wasn't as good at school as they were. 6. This is the saddest. I have a deaf student. On parent-teacher night the student's parents come to my class with her. I quickly deduced that the mom and the dad do not know sign language. We talked about her progress and her wanting to go into medicine. I had to convince the dad she was capable. He kept talking her down and demanding she speak. This is a majority of my parent interactions. I would say 1/3 are normal but yield no change. My mother is a K-12 teacher for a charter school that does homeschooling with a teacher checking in and reviewing things about once a week. It's meant for students who have difficulty in the public school system, which can range from dropouts to super smart kids to non-English speakers, and parents who don't have the time to do full homeschool. I used to help with grading the math and science stuff, so I have tons of stories. One parent during the school year kept taking her daughter on trips to different countries and then asking my mother to extend her work. We're talking about 5 or 6 trips during the year. That would be fine if it was laid out at the start of the school year and they could schedule accordingly. But this parent would make these trips spontaneously. Like, in a few days, we're going to Russia, so she can't meet you next week like we scheduled 2 days ago. Another parent really pee off my mother. 2 kids, brothers, both seniors almost done with high school. All that was left was some sort of state testing done in a classroom. One brother shows up, the other isn't there. My mom, proctor for the exam, asks where his brother is. He replies, he didn't feel like coming. She tells him that this is all he needs to graduate, so text him and get him to come here. He doesn't show. Halfway through the test, the kid's mother storms in the door, yelling at my own mother, telling her off for making her son feel ashamed and humiliated. She flips a table over, no joke, grabs her son that's there, who looked like he wanted to die. Keep in mind, he is a senior, like 17 years old or so, and storms out the door. Both brothers fail to get their HS degree, as neither had completed the state test. The crazy mom then writes a scathing email to my mother's supervisor, talking about how she had been lying to her, disregarding her problems and her children's education, and attempting to sabotage their chance at graduation. I have more. May post them up later if anyone is interested. A mother asked me to give it to her straight about her child. I told her he was a threat to other students and a disruption to every class he's ever been in. She reported me to the district. A 16-year-old freshman girl is constantly skipping class and starts failing at the beginning of the year. I call mother to inform her about missing class and missing grades. The mother puts me on speakerphone without telling me that the kid is listening on the conversation. I tell her that I am concerned about the kid's attendance and seemingly poor academic habits. The mother blows up at me saying that I shouldn't worry about her attendance because it's not my business. She then says she's self-employed and frequently far from the school and can't take time to deal with her daughter's school issues. She later transfers out of my class to another teacher. She failed the class anyway. My mom is a kindergarten teacher. Just a few months ago one parent asked her if it was alright if she came in and gave the kids henna tattoos for a class Christmas party. My mom decided to give the kids permission slips in order to participate, and mentioned that tattoos would be about the size of a nickel and would be holiday themed. Another parent upon reading the permission slip came into the school and complained to the principal that my mother was trying to turn the kids Muslim. The principal essentially told her she was a moron and to frick off. Good for the principal. Henna isn't strictly a Muslim thing either. Not me, but a situation that happened in my school. We get a new student the last week of May with only 4 weeks of school left. In this school year, this student has only attended 1/2 weeks of school due to school anxiety. He has a whole team of professionals, his mother, and a one-on-one aide that work with him. This is also his 3rd school, kicked out of his 2 previous ones, and he is in 2nd grade. He had a generally good first day, fist bumped his teacher, did a little bit of stuff, then went home and told his mother that it was the worst day in his life. Mom comes to school all up in arms about how we're ruining her precious little snowflake. The next day, his classroom teacher tried to get him to do some writing with her. The kid looks straight in her eyes and says, "My mother said I don't have to do anything. Are you calling my mother a liar?" Q mother the next day, all up in arms, because the teacher called my precious snowflake a liar. So, due to his school anxiety, he doesn't have to do any work, interact with teachers, make any movement whatsoever except sit like a lump in his seat. The teacher, when giving an assignment to the class, has to specify to him that you don't have to do anything if you don't want to. It's by far the stupidest situation I've ever witnessed. TLDR. 2nd grader who is professionally advised to not do any work at school because of batshit crazy mother. I hope he fails. Yeah, kid, you do the work if you want, but no work equals 0%. I don't want to call any parents dumb. In my experience they are mostly doing the best they can for their kids, even if that best isn't what we'd hope for. However, I did have a student who came to my student teaching classroom 2 grades below reading level, and similarly behind in other subjects. She really wanted to learn, but she had some cognitive issues that didn't qualify her for special ed but meant that she required a lot of time and personal attention to learn well. For that entire school year, I worked individually with her before and after school, while she was waiting for the bus or after she'd been dropped off, and often during her recess and art gym library, which she asked me to do because she wanted to learn and wanted the one-on-one attention. She improved markedly in reading and in writing, which is what we were concentrating on. She wasn't caught up at the end of the year, but she was a heck of a lot closer. She failed the year, but because she had a speech issue, her parents could decide to send her to the next grade anyway. I tried to convince her parents that she should be held back a year, because with another year of intensive help, which I was going to find a way to secure for her, I thought that she could be close to or on grade level, and could possibly keep up with the other students after that. They refused because they didn't want the other students to make fun of her. I have no idea what happened after that because I moved to another state, but I bet it wasn't good. College Redditors, what's the stupidest comment a classmate has ever made during a lecture and pee off the professor? Are cows counted in part of the population? A girl in my history class asked this last year, completely serious. Our teacher looked like he was in pain after hearing it. I can just imagine the chart listing the distribution of different sections of the population and, towering above the rest, a white column with black splotches. Why didn't the Egyptians just go to Africa and get some slaves to build the pyramids instead of making their own people do it? Wow, that's like 3 levels of hilarious. Is Mars red because all of the animals there died? Girl in my introductory astronomy class a few years back. It didn't actually pee off the professor, but he was one of those really enthusiastic types who was on a roll with his lecture at the time, and this question made him stop dead for a few seconds while he tried to collect his thoughts for an answer. How do dogs in other countries function when their owners say things like pelota instead of ball? Like how do they know what a ball is when the owner talks Spanish? So weird. What the frick? In a US history class, we were going over the Minuteman militias, when a hypothetical question was asked: if China invades tomorrow, would the same percentage of people sign up for an organized militia? With full confidence, one guy raised his hand and said, "I'm pretty sure the US has laws against invasion, so they wouldn't be allowed to." I got an eraser thrown at me by trying to answer a question in a computer programming class that I had no business being in. I signed up for basic programming, thinking it would be an intro thing to computers, not realizing that basic was a programming language. God, that sounds hilarious. They should probably put a disclaimer in the syllabus. We were talking about phases of the moon, and our professor said something about the new moon and the full moon. One bright student asked, and I quote, "We have 2 moons?" The look of "they can't be that stupid" and the ensuing conversation was awesome. Made my semester. Oh, we have way more than 2. We get a new one every month or so. I just don't think the cloud is safe. What if the weather is bad and you can't access your data? Also of special note is the hipster who started bringing a typewriter to class to take notes. Professor here. I've had students try to pull those sort of look at me stunts in the past. My response is pretty much always, "Hey jackass, put that crap away." Being called a jackass by a 50-year-old economist is not a way to build street cred. One time, I wrote that I did something posthumously in a paper for my philosophy class. Now, I know what posthumously means. I was in an intro to music course. We always had a bro type that would fall asleep during class, and the professor would always call on him to answer questions. My favorite was, "Where was Mozart born?" to which the bro woke up and replied, "Michigan." I am willing to bet there is at least one person in Detroit with the name Mozart. Probably drops mad beats too. In biology, discussing plant genetics, Mr. Chamberlain, could I turn into a tornado? Maybe more of a head scratch than getting pee, but I could see the look of disgust, confusion, and annoyance written on his face. WTF. First you stick your arms out, then you start spinning really fast, and then you eat a bunch of sharks. I'm in culinary school, and on our egg making day the chef was going through a PowerPoint on egg cookery. At the end of the presentation he egghead if we had any questions. One kid raised his hand and asked the immortal question, "Chef, what does "bu turd" mean?" Silence. Just stares that could cook the eggs we were using in class. He meant buttered. Needless to say, we never let it go. Typical hippie chick on the first day. Is this class going to cover non-Western contributions to history? The class was history of Western civilization. I can almost hear the audible sigh the professor had to give after they heard her ask that. A guy sitting next to me once asked the political science professor if King John was really threatening to nuke America. Everyone was confused, and so the guy repeated King John a few times but said it more slowly as if we were all idiots. And then finally said, you know, the king of North Korea. He thought Kim Jong-un was King John. He thought he was a king named John. Junior took over when King John died. King John died because King John ill. We had a course at the bank I used to work where a colleague of mine always asked stupid questions throughout the class. We were learning to become lenders. The best one was at the end of the 4-week class, before the last exam. He raised his hand one last time and asked what a down payment was for a mortgage. The professor made us leave the class so she could talk to him alone as we were all laughing. He didn't show up the next day. Hello and welcome to explanations for the 2008 crash. Once had a fellow classmate come into a biochemistry lecture, quite drunk from a couple of pints at lunch. The lecture was on the reactive oxygen species or ROS to a brev. So within the first 5 minutes of the lecture, the speaker says ROS like 10 times and this squiffy student stand ups and yells, I keep hearing you talk about ROS. But what about Rachel? Whole class lost it. Lecturer did not. Also, someone else asked if touching two open wounds together would result in both people having AIDS, when neither have it. I was in a pretty high level aerodynamics course. This particular class, our professor was going over some Fourier series stuff, deriving principles for us. The kind of crap that we would really never understand, but have to learn about anyway. So, the whole class period is spent doing these long, boring derivations. Right at the end, one kid raises his hand. The following conversation occurs. Kid up, can you go over that part again? Professor, what part specifically? Kid, the whole thing. Professor, number. During a lecture on the history of the civil rights movement and segregation in South Carolina, a student asked something to the effect of, why do we have to listen to this liberal nonsense? The kid seemed to believe that racial segregation never happened in the South, and that Democrats made the whole thing up. The professor was on the staff of the governor that pushed for integration, and the guest speaker was a civil rights leader who had been beaten and arrested during the sit-ins. So essentially, this person was a segregation denier, like how we have Holocaust deniers or moon landing deniers. And just like that, I cannot fathom how someone can even begin to think any of that was made up. What the actual frick, people? The worst I've ever heard was, we should round up all of the illegal immigrants, ship them to the Middle East, and when they kill 5 terrorists they can have a green card. Kid was completely serious and pretty happy that he had solved 2 world problems. Pretty much any statement starting with we should round up and referring to humans is going to end badly. Professor, today, just do all the even numbers. Student, just to clarify, those are 2, 4, 6, and 8, right? The professor left. A helpful student said yes, those are the even numbers. What an odd story. I had one of those let's push boundaries, advanced writing professors in college that everyone had to eventually take to graduate. I thought he was cool, he was unconventional, a little out there, and definitely exposed me to things and arguments my young mind wouldn't have sought out on my own. Anyway, one day he wanted us to calmly sit and ponder out a question, and he liked to do a small chime to relax us. He did this 3 times and this one girl in class just flipped out saying she didn't believe in some Asian religious BS. He wasn't even Asian, and said she'd call her dad to yell at him. The professor just walked to the door and opened it. He said he didn't have room in his class for close-minded airheads who can't even tolerate things outside their comfort zone. This is the most college moment in this thread. All sex is rape, posited by a middle-aged lady in our criminal law class. In law school, professor quietly had a stroke, then said that you cannot have a legal regime where everyone is a criminal. He then shook his head in a disappointed fashion, cutting off all further discussion on that theory. Black people should have their own league of sports because they are genetically faster, stronger because only the fast, strong slaves survived. Sociology 101. The black professor actually stepped outside for a minute before returning and calmly telling her why she was completely wrong. I was once in a Sociology 101 class where the teacher was trying to explain that babies are born with the ability to learn a language, not the ability to automatically speak one. A girl raised her hand and said once they did a study where they put a baby in a room and it died. The prof was speechless. Biology teacher asked about the communication techniques of ants. He wanted to know how we thought they communicated the location of a sugar cube to the hive and recruited ants to help carry it. Student raises his hand and says he just goes back to the anthill and says, "Hey, it's over here," and they go get it. Teacher responds, says, "How?" Student, with words. Teacher, what language do they speak? Student, English. Teacher, so the ant speaks English? What does an ant in Mexico speak then? Student, 100% serious, English. It's the language of business. In Spanish class we were learning the difference between conocer, to be familiar with, and saber, to know as a fact. The professor used the example of the city of Boston. You would conocer the city of Boston. You would be familiar with it. You couldn't saber the city of Boston because you would have to know every inch of the city, to know it as a fact. That can't be done. Matt then said aloud in his perfect Boston accent. Dead serious. Albert Einstein could. He's wicked smart. Earlier this week, our class was forming teams for a programming module. As we would be having Scrum meetings, many of us were coming up with witty puns. Scrum 41, Scrum of the Earth, etc. All very funny, until the prof asks teams for names to put in his spreadsheet and one guy sticks his hand up and proudly proclaims, "We are the Scrum Dumpsters." We laughed. The lecturer did not. But that's awesome, what a bum professor. Psychology professor lecturing about how placebo pills work. Girl, yeah, is that like in Space Jam where Michael Jordan gives them the sugar water and they like feel better? Professor, yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. I've always laughed at this, but to her credit it's a perfect example. Like you said, it's not dumb as it's a perfect example. Yeah, I can share my story from Tuesday. So there's this really awful kid in my environmental economics class who insists on challenging the professor to seem smart and insightful, but really he's a pompous butt who needs to get fricked. In a hoe, our professor decides we should write our own midterm to demonstrate our understanding of the material and what's important and what we should take away from it. Good idea. Harmless enough, right? Nope. In comes a dickbag trying to make a joke and says, I wonder what my dad would say if I told him we were paying you to have us do your job. Could have heard a mouse fart after that bombshell. He's also a Redditor, so I hope he sees this. It wasn't in college, but in middle school. We had this really not very bright girl in our class. I forgot which class it was, but in the book it was talking about some famous Dutch painter, I think, and she blurts out, "Mrs. Schultz? Where exactly is Duck?" Needless to say, Mrs. Schultz was confused, as was everyone in the room. We couldn't figure out what she meant, but she couldn't make it any clearer than that. She could only respond to our confusion by repeating herself with this confused look on her face. Finally, she goes, "Where is Duck?" Like where on the map, and it suddenly struck me what she meant. I couldn't help myself. I just burst out laughing my butt off. I mean, I sincerely tried not to laugh, but it just came out. Like I was involuntarily vomiting laughter out of my face. Apparently, she thought that Dutch people come from a country called Duck. Her justification was, well, there's a country called Turkey, so why can't there be one called Duck? I got in trouble for laughing at her. I was taking a marketing class with about 250 people, and there was this girl that always had to give her 2 cents. She would give life stories when asked, how is this approach to customers more effective? Anyways, my professor asked if anyone knew what company A did to become so successful. Of course she raises her hand. She gets called upon and pauses for a little bit, then simply states, "I don't know." Everyone, including the professor, is just like, WTF, haha. It was a very curious moment. We were discussing Shakespeare's Othello, and the differences, similarities between Iago and Othello. One chick says, "I think Iago thinks that Othello slept with his woman, because in the beginning there's some line about Othello stealing Iago's nightcap." The professor just lost it, telling the girl that she didn't know how to read Shakespeare and Othello wouldn't have, etc. She tried to say that Othello wouldn't, but the play was about deceptions and unfounded gossip. The professor wouldn't even listen. He was red in the face mad, always felt bad for the girl. She never spoke up again, and it seemed like a dumb thing to just go off on a person for. That professor sounded like a stuck-up butthole. If it's a class discussing Shakespeare, I'd imagine the whole point was to learn and understand Shakespeare. Why take a class if you already know the subject material? About 5 years ago when I was in college, I was taking a philosophy class. One of the dipshit football players didn't understand the material, stands up, yells "Frick this class, I ain't need an IT," and walks out. The professor blew a fricking gasket. This was pretty out of character for a professor I saw that weekend at the movies. Stoned out of his fricking mind. I ain't come here to play school. In my Calculus 2 class there was a guy constantly asking stupid questions. One day the professor was writing a simple formula on the board and this guy asks, "What is that dot between the x and y for?" The professor replied, "I feel like telling John and Fred over there to grab you and beat your head against the wall. Maybe they could beat some sense into you." This guy ended up with the highest grade in the class at the end of the semester. Troll level, idiot savant. In microecon we were talking about supply and demand. The scenario was that there was a frost in Florida, so the supply of orange juice went down. A weird guy who was always on his computer not paying attention in the back of a 300-person lecture hall said, "What if someone likes frosty oranges?" Everyone just turned their head in confusion, but the professor couldn't understand him, so he had to repeat it 3 times, causing even more second-hand embarrassment. In a sociology class my freshman year, and the prof is explaining how societies create the standard of homosexuality and how it is arbitrary. That is, one culture thinks kissing men is homosexual while another could view it simply as a greeting. This one kid could not wrap his head around the fact that kissing another man on the cheek was not gay. 15-minute argument ensues and this kid is obviously going nowhere quick, so finally the prof breaks down and screams, "Prof, is it gay to give a hand job?" Student: "Heck yeah. Are you freaking stupid?" Prof: "Do you masturbate?" Silence. Student: "Well frick yeah. Prof, so then you're gay because you give handies." The student becomes so dumbfounded by this petty logic that he just remains silent. Doesn't say crap for at least 2 more weeks. I think this kid literally began to question if he was homosexual. Well then, watching pee means I had sex. Let me paint the picture. Anthropology class. Freshman year of college. Felt very much like Community and I loved it. There were some freaking characters in this class. Let me tell you. One girl, we called her Melanoma, had an insane orange skin and would try to tell us about how tanning booths made you stronger. Science. There was the whisperer who would speak like she had finally convinced a cranky baby to fall asleep, and if she woke him up her day would be ruined. Snakeskin wore knee-high cowboy boots and collected swords and talked about the swords more often than anyone was comfortable with. But my favorite classmate was called Leaded Spoons. Leaded Spoons was your typical white guy with dreads at college. We didn't know at the time, but he had failed several semesters. This was his 3rd or 4th junior year. That didn't bother him. He was just livin. This was a kind of preppy southern school, so he definitely stuck out as an oddball. But everyone liked him and he had lots of entertaining stories about taking LSD to share with the class, so we were happy to have him among our group of budding anthropologists. One day we were discussing a case study where all of the children in a town were found to have lead poisoning. We had to use our anthropological reasoning skills, i.e. we had to guess, to deduce how they were poisoned. We talked a lot about water quality, the local school grounds, jungle gyms in the park. It was actually a surprisingly intelligent conversation for a bunch of freaking idiots. I include myself in that bunch. You could see Leaded Spoons had some gears turned. He was twisting his dreads, his brow furrowed, quickly scribbling notes. Suddenly, his hand shot up. The teacher, surprised he would really have anything to add to the discussion, called on him. He stood up next to his desk, right at the front of the lecture halls, and said they were eating off of leaded spoons. He had charts and graphs explaining his conspiracy theory, and this baby went all the way to the top. right up to the President of the goddamn United States of America. After he was finished, the teacher said, yeah, I guess that's also possible. Anyone else have an idea? I heard a rumor that when he finally graduated he cut off one of his dreads and gave it to a girl he liked, but that is unconfirmed. That was a brilliant story. That class could have been a movie. You had the low talker, Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, Agent Orange, the lead singer of Korn, and Medieval Cowboy. You can't make this stuff up. Rape doesn't happen in the US because we are wealthy. If it does happen to because girls are dumb enough to walk down a dark alley wearing skimpy clothing. Class of 4 guys and 20 girls. I'm surprised he made it out of the class alive. He made it out alive because he wasn't wearing skimpy clothing. Done. In a discrete mathematics course, the professor was going over propositional logic. He was using an example along the lines of it is raining and it is not raining to show a statement that is always false. One student raised their hand and asked, but what if it is both raining and not raining at the same time? The professor gave him the "are you retarded" look, then just said, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That happens sometimes. In some places, like Florida, it can rain 10 feet away and nowhere else. In a world civilizations class, we had times during the class that we would discuss current world events. The topic of the Iraq War came up, and people were having a decent discussion of the topic. Out of the blue, one girl raises her hand and says all of those people are crazy and there's really no sense in trying to help them. I think that we should just nuke the whole place. She was referring the Middle East in general. The whole world would be better off. This obviously took everyone off guard. Our professor quickly responded with something like, well, that's an unreasonable response to the situation. Obviously we can't just murder hundreds of thousands of people. She didn't say much after that episode, and everyone pretty much thought she was bat crap crazy after that. That's actually not an unpopular opinion where I live. I go to culinary school, and during one of my lab classes, we were making a roast. My group was awesome. We were all bros except for one girl who obviously didn't want to be there. Like, when we started the class, the 5 of us got together and delegated everything out so we could get the meal done on time and done correctly. Well, she wouldn't offer to do anything until we directly asked her at the end, and even then she would choose the easiest thing that had the least work. But anyways, we had to make a roast, and all the guys and me agreed to make it medium rare because we all liked a little pink in it. Well, she ignored us and wouldn't put it, and at the end of class when we carved it to eat, blood came out over the cutting board like you would expect from a medium rare piece of meat. Well, she freaks the frick out and says we can't eat it. I say why as I put a piece in my mouth and eat it. She starts freaking out even more and calls me a cannibal. That's right, cannibal. So for the rest of the class, the 4 of us, plus our 50-year-old chef professor, were trying to explain to this 20-something-old girl that eating meat red does not make you a cannibal. She would not listen to us. Not important to the story, but the red juice from meat isn't blood, which actually would have probably been a good point to make to her. Wait, there are buildings in Africa? Like, actual buildings? I thought everyone lived in huts. My black classmate, to my Nigerian professor, like, straight up born and raised in Nigeria. I live in Alaska and the amount of people who think I live in an igloo is astonishing. Wait, Rosa Parks was a real person? I know it's an Outkast song. Proceeds to sing part of the song. College English class in a very culturally diverse area of the US. I don't know how one could make it at least 2 decades on the planet without knowing that one. She had some other gems as well, so suffice it to say she was just dumb. To be fair, it is a great Outkast song. In American history, 1845 to 1865, we had to read a book written by our professor, who is a very well-known scholar of the Civil War, race relations, slavery, etc. Anyway, one day, we're discussing one of the chapters, and this kid keeps referring to the slaves described in the book as the dreaded N-word. All of us students are looking at each other like, holy frick, is this happening right now? The professor stops and point blank asks, what do you think you are doing? To which this numbnut says, what? You refer to them as that all the time in the book. At which point, the professor totally loses it. I am a nationally renowned scholar on the topic, and if you actually read the freaking book, you would know that I'm referring to primary sources. I can do that. You cannot. Not to refer to a Leslie Carter song or to face the Carter family's fine name, but I was like, wow. Upvoting for reminding me that song existed. Graduated already, but in physics, what is the speed of darkness? This makes me think of a Terry Pratchett quote. I can't remember it exactly, but it's something about how light on the Discworld is slow because it knows that however fast it goes, darkness will always get there before it. Women can just leave a domestic violence situation and can fight off rapists in a criminal justice class about 3.5 seconds after the female professor gave a passionate speech about all of her friends who have been abused. I cringed hard. We were talking about Ebola in school with some friends and this one girl suddenly asked, "Who is Ebola?" We all just looked at her and could not believe it, but she seemed to realize, so she said, "Oh right, you mean this country in Africa, right?" She knows now. There was no teacher professor involved, sorry. At least she knew Africa was a continent. At what moment did you realize you were dating an idiot? We were driving around this weird part of Las Vegas and I said, "This is surreal." He said, "I know. It's so real." I repeated, "So real," and he repeated, "So real." I think I would do this intentionally just to pee off my boyfriend, to be honest. We were watching Django, and during the winter training montage there is a moment where the camera pans over a herd of reindeer. At that moment my ex said something about how she thought it was weird that they would include reindeer in the movie because it kind of breaks the immersion. I was confused and asked what she meant by that. She went on to explain to me how reindeer weren't real animals and just make believe like characters in a fairy tale, aka Rudolph and the rest of Santa's reindeer. When she flipped out because her third grader came home with erect on a spelling list and was on the verge of calling the school. She honestly had lived her entire life not knowing erect had any other use aside from describing a penis. You should have explained. In New Orleans they erected numerous dikes. I dated a guy for about a month until I found out that he didn't realize that women's breasts made actual milk to feed their babies. He thought breastfeeding was just a way to hold a baby while giving it a bottle. I told him he was an idiot and he said, with a disgusted sneer, "I didn't know that because I have never known any woman who had or would breastfeed their child." I told him that I had breastfed my son and he called me a child molester. Should have told him about his mother. When she thought I was crazy for putting Pop-Tarts in a toaster. Or maybe it was the time she tried making Hamburger Helper for the first time at 27 years old and called me from the store to ask where they sold the brown hamburger meat. I'm wasting away to nothing. Send help. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. She's teaching your children right now in a public school. First time was when he told my parents he was a vegetarian because he eats everything. The same guy told me that the bumps on the side of the highway are so blind drivers know when they run off the road. Ah, high school boyfriends. He was hot though. I had been dating this girl for a few months and it was Christmas time. We weren't super serious, but it was serious enough that I was buying her Christmas presents. I found something for her that was perfect and it had a connection to some funny event involving her and my cat. So I made the present from the cat. I thought I was being cute and she would make the connection. Instead, she got pee that my cat got her a present and I didn't. I thought she was joking. To make matters worse, we were at her parents' place and they backed her up. It was extremely awkward and I realized it wasn't going to work out. Cats, A, don't have money, B, don't give a frick about you even if they did. She got me Mad Libs and when it was her turn to do a noun she asked what is a noun. I said it's a person, place, or thing. There was a long silence as she thought. It went on for so long that I thought she must be thinking of the best noun I had ever heard. Then she said place. Technically correct. Back in college, I saw fleur-de-lis tattoo on the girl's butt for the first time. Me. What made you decide to get a fleur-de-lis tattoo on your butt? Her. I don't know. I wanted something tribal. In high school I was in an extracurricular program after school. There was one portion of it that was pretty much all girls. I dated a girl from this portion all throughout high school. I went to all of their events and helped out. I always wondered why none of the other girls or their parents really talked to me. Right before we graduated I brought it up to her and she told me that she told all of them that I was physically and verbally abusive all the time. When I asked her why, she told me it was so no one else would steal me away from her. I broke up with her shortly after. That is so fricked. When I saw her water her plastic plant for the third time. I've had this one cactus for maybe 2 years now. It leaks, so I kinda never watered it. At this point I don't know if it's artificial or organic, but I don't really want to break it to find out, so I just keep it by my other plants and don't think about it. I freaking swear to God I'm not making this up. Back in 2006 my ex-wife fell for the Nigerian prince scam and gave out our bank account number. A roommate of mine was dating this girl. Very cute, super sweet. We were all in the living room watching another roommate play Call of Duty, World at War. It was still new at the time. She eventually asks if this was based on a true story. We reply that although the specific characters likely didn't exist, the game was based on World War II. Her response: "What's World War II? Are you serious? It was World War freaking II. At one point, she even said it's not like everyone knows about it. Yeah, Katie, the whole world knows about it. It was a world war, and not the first one, either." Was on a hike and was following a trail I had read up on online. We get to a fork and I say, "Okay, now we need to go north." She says, "Haven't we been this whole time?" Confused, I look at her and ask why she says that. She replies, "North is the direction in front of you." Yet, still not entirely sure about the origins of that logic. In my defense, this was back in 2004. I found it charming and endearing that he did funny voices, made funny idiosyncratic jokes, and occasionally called me M-Lady. Then I saw Anchorman. Oh my god, he literally was doing a 24/7 Ron Burgundy impression, eclipsing his entire personality. I'm not sure I ever really met him. Well, that escalated quickly. We were 16 at the time and went to go have sex. I realized I didn't have any condoms, and then's when she told me I didn't need one because I trust my body not to get pregnant. I asked her what she was talking about and she told me it takes conscious effort to become pregnant, and if she didn't want to be, she would never conceive. When we got into a legit argument over how many years there are in a decade. Baby, if you are reading this, there are only 10 years in a decade, not 12. My ex for 4 years, when she considered it not cheating to have sex with a woman, because there's no dong inside of her. B. It's still cheating. Girl I dated for 5 years thought Al Qaeda was a lone terrorist named Al. Convinced the same girl that Whoopi Goldberg was married to Gerard Depardieu, as in her full name is Whoopi Doopy-Doo. She tried to argue that we could get to the moon easier if we just built a spaceship that could go underwater and flew it through the ocean to the moon during the daytime rather than straight up. My god. Someone get NASA on the phone. When she told me that babies could only happen if there were love, and the only way to get pregnant from a rape is if you loved your rapist. He shot himself in the leg twice while cleaning it. The same gun. 2 weeks apart. We were at a restaurant and she saw a picture of a buffalo and said, "I wanna eat that pig." I was dying laughing. Probably one of the funniest people I've dated, but definitely wasn't too sharp. My ex thought that whenever I missed his call, the phone would still be ringing even after it went to voicemail. I got at least 3 voicemails a week that consisted of silence and the odd annoyed, impatient sigh. I showed my wife this thread and she reminded me that I used to think yeast infections were a result of eating too much bread. Yep. My ex-GF is 5 feet 4 inches and petite. She wouldn't eat all day and have 3 martinis and black out. She would then claim she was allergic to alcohol. I mean, in recovery circles that's a very common euphemism for being an alcoholic. Never heard it used tongue-in-cheek before, but I'm kind of hoping. He thought Scotland was its own island, as in separated by water. We live 30 minutes from the border. He insisted that women cannot be doctors, only nurses, and vice versa. He said that the two are the exact same thing except one is male and one is female. All dogs are boys and all cats are girls, OBV. When she told me that she'd never been to France, I knew for a fact she went to Disneyland Paris every year. Paris isn't in France, she insisted. There are a fair amount of French people who would agree with her. She told me her most common password was very secure because it was a bunch of random numbers. Her social security number. She's not wrong. Due to privacy regulations, if your password is your SSN, we can't type it in. We were texting back and forth and she said she was obsessed with Bon Jovi. I realized that it was a typo and asked why she was upset with Bon Jovi and she said no, I love him. I'm obsessed with him. Obsessed. He thought the Nation of Islam was a place. When I explained to him this was not the case, he responded with, agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. I don't agree to that. When I told her that not every country celebrates the 4th of July or Thanksgiving, luckily she left me for a Sikh named Brad and told everyone that I finish quickly in bed. Not me but a friend, I swear. We were in a vacation camp for 15-20 year olds. Naturally we started drinking and talking about sex. After about 30 seconds of silence after someone finished their story, my friend went, wait, women can have orgasms too. His girlfriend was present. The relationship didn't last long. When she thought flashing red lights on the road, as in traffic lights blinking red, meant you were entering a different time zone instead of indicating a stop sign. If only life were that interesting. I can't get my girlfriend to understand that Celsius and Fahrenheit are the same thing. She thinks Celsius is cold and Fahrenheit is hot. Get her to come to Australia and let her find out how cold our 45 degrees Celsius days are. He truly believed that you regrow your virginity after 6 months of no sex. My girlfriend at the time genuinely believed that it was the Headless Horseman that ran through Lexington and Concord shouting the British are coming. The British are coming. We were out to dinner and he was reading the menu and he said, what's a green bean? Excuse me, you don't know what a green bean is? He said no, like I know what a green bean is but what is it? Same guy. I have rabbits and one of them hopped by him in the living room and he said oh my god what's wrong with him? I said nothing. What do you mean? He said why is he jumping like that? Did he hurt his legs? He had never seen a rabbit hop. He thought they walked like cats. Lol WTF, the thought of a rabbit walking like a cat totally gave me the heebie-jeebies. She was out for a run one day and when she came back she said an animal charged at her, so she cut her run short. I asked her what it looked like, and she said, like a cow, bit brown. It was a cow. Finals week. He finally tells me he's failing algebra, not even real algebra, business algebra, in college. I offer to help him study for his final and he laughs at me and goes, what could you possibly know about math? I was studying engineering. PFFT. I saw her homework. It doesn't even have any numbers in it. Driving down the road and the moon is visible during the day. How is the moon out at the same time as the sun? Me. Sometimes that happens. It's not that uncommon. No, they are the same thing, so how can we see both at the same time? Me. The sun and the moon are two different things. Are you serious? Yay. Not everyone went to college like you, schoolboy. Me. You learn this in like 2nd grade. She was in her early 30s. I've had a very similar conversation with a friend of a friend. She also wouldn't fly at night because the plane might hit the stars during the trip and she didn't want to risk it. Boyfriend took me to a fancy restaurant and we ordered wine. When the waiter came back, he gave my BF the cork to sniff. My BF grabbed it, sucked on it and licked it like a lollipop, all excited while the waiter looked uncomfortable, poured our glasses and slunk away. I can't decide if this is idiocy or comedic genius. Thought that you had to rev it into the red to change gear on a car. Had no idea how roundabouts worked. Thought you drive around the opposite direction and didn't know you had to give way, yet still criticized my driving, whilst not even taking the test. We're English. Most cars are manual, at least for a first car. Roundabouts are everywhere. I've seen worse. A friend of mine used the manual mode on his auto transmission and said that the coolant temperature is how you know when to shift. We were watching a movie together when he asks, where is this movie filmed, to which I answer Massachusetts. He says oh. Later in the movie a cop car that says Boston Police Department appears on screen. He turned and looked at me with a gotcha kinda look in his eyes and said HA. Massachusetts? It's in Boston. I still love him. My ex was the oldest of 6. We had been dating for about a week, both 20. I commented, "You have wide hips for a man." He replies, "It's from carrying children." I was totally baffled till his youngest brother walked in and he picked him up and held him to the side, rested on his hip, as you do with toddlers. I had to sit him down and explain that you don't get wide hips from literally carrying children around. Redditors, what's the stupidest thing you've said to a police officer? When I was about 15 years old, a few of my friends and I were pulled over at around 3 AM, way past curfew, and we were all stoned out of our minds. The only other girl and I were asked to sit on the tailgate to answer some questions. The cop asks me, "Why are you smiling at me? This isn't funny." I respond with, "I'm sorry officer, I wasn't aware I was smiling." When passing by two cops wrestling a troublemaker and forcing him in the backseat, I asked if they by any chance could drive a certain route, dropping me off at home. Guy kept driving over the corner of my grandfather's lawn. He lived on the corner, so the same truck would cut the corner by driving over a patch of grass. My grandfather had enough of it, so he got out a 2x4, slammed a bunch of nails in it, and buried it in the torn up patch of grass. Sure enough, the same truck hits it one day, blowing out not just one but two tires. He's freaking pee. He calls the cops. Officer shows up, hears about what happened, and tries to explain to my grandfather that while the truck driver shouldn't be driving on the grass, that putting the board with nails in there was dangerous and could have gotten someone hurt or killed. At this point, he's just trying to give my grandfather a warning. My grandfather responds, "Crap, if I couldn't find the nails I was gonna put a bouncing Betty, a landmine, in there." The officer rubbed his brow as if in distinct pain and squeezed out the words, "You really shouldn't tell me that." Thankfully my uncle was there to stop my grandfather from repeating his claim or making things any worse. There's a corner like this in my hometown. You can't put decorations, fence posts or anything like that close to the road, apparently, but you can't regulate against naturally occurring elements. They found a rock the size of a small car, buried a large part of it, grassed around it, and nobody can do crap, and nobody drives on their lawn anymore. I made a pit stop for some food on Highway 70 at like 10 PM back in 2014. When I got back on the road I forgot to turn my lights back on, so obviously Mr. Police officer helped me out with that by turning on his own. When he pulled me over he asked where I was headed. "I'm going to Colorado, officer." "Oh, what takes you there?" "Highway 70 sir." Then I accidentally handed him a bus pass instead of my license. Also, when he asked if I had any further questions, I held him up for a couple minutes asking about license plate patterns on different types of vehicles. Not a police officer, but I once said this to a security guard who was searching our car. "Don't worry, I don't do drugs. I am drugs." Admitting guilt when they ask, "Do you know why they're here?" They oftentimes don't know why they're there. They are just following up on a call with loose information based on what an outsider observed. They don't know about the bodies. I remember some years ago, some friends and I were shooting a scene for a zombie movie we were miking, and had stopped in this field a little of the road. There were like 5 of us, bloody, standing at various points in the field, and the rest conversing around the cars. When a police car pulled up, they asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Cue my friend saying, I lost my cat." They spent the next few minutes trying to help us search for the fake cat. It was a whole thing. Talk about swerve. "I pay your salary, so you work for me and I order you to let me go. This will get you handcuffed and slapped in the back of a police car." After sitting there about 20 minutes, I was giving a field test. Thank God I somehow passed it. He told me that I may not be drunk, but I am a butthole. We both agreed on that and he let me go. Very high, standing in line at the gas station. The police officer behind me sees that I'm wearing a shirt from the pizza shop I worked at. "Cop, our pizza shop name. I should come by for a slice." Me, "Yes sir. Baked ziti." Biggest freak up of my legal career so far. Client is appealing a conviction for speeding and stopping beyond stop lines, with a careless driving charge based on his speed and stopping over the lines, capping it all off. He had been unrepresented when convicted in the lower court. Note that the careless driving charge was obviously duplicitous and bulls, but he was still convicted. In hindsight, it suggests that the first judge really Really didn't like this guy. He tells me that his driving was fine, and the only reason he was followed and stopped in the first place is that police wanted to search his car. I asked if they found anything. He said they found absolutely nothing. I was briefed very late in this matter and didn't have any more time to consult. So off I go. Do what I can to contradict the fairly consistent evidence of 3 police officers. Nothing in their tendered statement said anything about a search, but my client said it happened, and I decided to put his case that the cops were fabricating the driving matters and only wanted to search his entirely innocent vehicle. To the cops, this was not necessary freaking hindsight again, but sometimes a narrative can help a judge, and other times it assuages the client's post-conviction feelings. Sometimes they just want their version told clearly in court. I am much slower to adopt this tack now. Constable, did you search my client's vehicle? Yes. I should have stopped here. I had what I needed that they searched the vehicle and did not know what the witness would be saying next. Why have you not detailed this search in your evidence thus far? Because of what we found. Oh frick. Oh frick. Oh frick. What was that? Yes, I was that much of a moron. The drugs. It didn't change the outcome of the case. I got rid of the careless driving, but he was otherwise guilty, and I had asked pointedly if anything was found and my client confirmed that nothing was found. So it was definitely his fault. But yeah, many lessons learned. The cop probably really enjoyed that. I guess I gotta give them a win every once in a while. To be fair, that fault was on your client. You had asked him point blank before if they had found anything, to which he had responded no. Had he said that they actually had found drugs in his vehicle, you would not have continued with that line of questioning. At least I don't think you would have. The only thing I've ever said to a cop was, do you have change for a 5? I want to buy something from the vending machine, and he did. I had been gotten clean about a year prior and was with 4 sober friends in my car. I get pulled over at around 2 AM on a Saturday and tell myself, just be honest, you're doing nothing wrong. I roll down my window and the cop says, how long since your last drink? I reply, a year. I had to do a whole field sobriety test after he called me a smart butt. That cop sounds like a douche canoe. While driving a very standard, very obvious, rented U-Haul truck, I was pulled over for either a tail light or license plate light out. The officer said, you've got a light out back there. My reply, well, this isn't actually my truck. That cop just freaking shot a guy while filming said cop with my phone. Don't play paintball with cops. They can't take a joke and will shoot you in the dong. Man, if you're playing paintball without dong protection, it's kinda your own fault. We were drinking at a provincial campground and there was no parking nearby, so my friend Craig parks in the fire access area that clearly said no parking. A cop shows up an hour or 2 later and asks Craig to move his truck. He already had 3 or 4 beers and told the cop so. I told the cop I only had 1 drink and have my graduated license and would move it if he allowed me to. The cop looks at me and says, alright, you look pretty good, and I reply with, well thanks officer, but I don't swing that way. The cop immediately turned bright red and walks to his truck to write my friend a parking fine and tells me to move his truck. Please note that I am a male. I was in the zone, driving 85 in a 70 and passing the only other car in sight on the right, 4 lane rural interstate, because they wouldn't get out of the left lane. All of a sudden there's a state trooper behind me. He pulls me over and asks why I am going so fast, and I blurted out that I was keeping up with traffic. I didn't say it. My old roommate did, but it got me arrested. He was in my passenger seat and we were getting pulled over for speeding. We had like a bowl's worth of weed on us. Seriously, like a 0.2 grams nug in a Tylenol bottle in his pocket. He was a goody-goody type and had never had a run-in with the law, so he immediately starts to freak out. I look over and he asks what to do. I say, frick it, it's like a bowl, just eat it. He opens the pill bottle and the smell instantly fills the car. Hadn't planned on that. So I cracked the windows and broke a cigarette in half and put it in my mouth to light and cover the smell. Broke it shorter so when I lit it, it would appear I had been smoking it and hadn't just lit it then. Genius move, really, but I can't find a fricking lighter to save my life. Fumbling around in the floorboards, I finally felt one, but the second I grabbed it he was knocking on my window. Roll the window down. Do you know why I stopped you? Blah blah blah. As I'm reaching into my glove box for my registration and crap, he says, "Son, do I smell marijuana?" I don't know why you would, sir. You don't have any marijuana in the car? No sir, we do not. So if I bring the dogs out here, they're not gonna find anything? Go ahead, but you're wasting your time. This goes on for probably 10 minutes before my roommate, who was still freaking out, decides to chime in with, "Sir, we had some weed, but we just smoked it. It's all gone." I looked over at him with a kind of "what the frick" and kind of "I freaking hate you" look. Instantly, "Driver, step out of the car please," was told by the officer. I actually passed the roadside tests, but my buddy already admitted to smoking. So why give me the test? So he kindly transported me to a hospital where they took my blood for testing. Boom. Are we under the influence of marijuana? Thanks Tim. Always remember Chris Rock's wisdom when you're a passenger. Shut the frick up. So the first time I ever tried to smoke herb was in middle school. 2 friends and I went off into the woods to smoke out of tin foil, but soon discovered that we had no lighter. After pontificating as a group, we decided that the best way to get one was to try steal it from a car in the neighborhood, because people keep lighters in their cars and one was bound to be unlocked. The police were called soon after and a squad car pulled up next to us. The policeman very calmly asked us what we were doing. After lying, we were informed that someone called the police because a group of kids were trying to break into cars. We lied again, and then the officer explained to us that when he pulled onto the street, he saw us near a car with its dome light on, but that we closed the door and walked aimlessly away down the street around the time a dumb juvenile delinquent might have realized there was a car approaching. We explained that we had a flashlight and that must have been what the officer saw, not a dome light. He asked what we were using the flashlight for, and at that moment my 2 friends looked directly at me, relinquishing any control over the situation, and waited for me to come up with something. The conversation continued like this. Me: "We dropped some money and we were trying to find it." Officer: "How much?" Me: 50 cents. Officer: "You're out at 9:30 at night looking for 50 cents? Me: "Yeah. Our friend has a soda machine." This is when one of my friends takes off into the woods between 2 houses, but the police officer seems frozen by my stupidity. Officer: "A soda machine?" Me: "Yeah, in his garage. We wanted a soda." My other friend just sits down on the side of the road and stares off into the distance. Officer: "Where do you live?" Me: "A few streets over. We'll go home right now." Officer: "Go." When asked if I wanted to take breathalyzer for the fun of it, and I said yes. Pulled over for something else, had a little too much and knew the cop. That's like advanced stupid. Parked up with a girl and we are making out at a viewpoint over the city. Car comes speeding up and 2 guys in plain clothes hop out and pull open the front door and shines a torch in my face. He shouts it, "British plainclothes police officers." To which I reply I don't have any. It as either he had said see it. He laughed, then ripped my car to bits looking for drugs. Turns out my car was very similar to the local drug dealers. A guy I went to college with got pulled over for drunk driving. He got out of his car and said, "I did it. I was the second gunman on the grassy knoll." The cops laughed at him. Maybe he actually was, and they let JFK's real killer off. After being stopped, rudely questioned, breathalyzed, and my license rego checked by 2 cops, I knew I hadn't done anything wrong. They realized I was average Joe and explained I was in a known druggo area. I then asked them, "Oh, so that's why you were being so obnoxious?" College, a wee bit tipsy. Officer stopped and inquired as to why I was stumbling as I walked. Well, I pay taxes on this sidewalk, and I wanted to use the whole thing. You know, I want to get my money's worth. He didn't think it was funny, but since I was already in front of my house, he didn't arrest me for public intoxication either. Got pulled on my motorcycle in town. Cop: "Do you know why I pulled you over?" Me: "No, I don't. I was doing the limit." Cop: "Yay, on one wheel." Not a police officer, but shortly after 9/11 I took a flight for the first time. I was very nervous, because I don't do well with heights and I didn't know what to expect. At the time, the airports were still staffed by men in fatigues with big automatic weapons. I went through security, and the metal button on my jeans set off the wand. So this huge, serious guy asks me, in his huge, serious tone, "Do you have anything in your pants?" To which I replied, with a nervous chuckle. Nothing you'll be interested in. I'm from Louisiana. More specifically, a small town by the name of Marksville. This is very relevant to the story. So I'm driving my hopefully soon to be girlfriend, her best friend, and her mom in my car, in another town called Pineville. Get pulled over for speeding in a school zone. Cop comes up and it goes like this. Sir, do you know why I pulled you over? No, sir. You were going about 10 over in a school zone. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was a school zone. You didn't see the big signs that said school zone? Or my lights? Or anything like that? Number? No, sir. Where are you from? Marksville. At this point he spoke in a very sarcastic tone. Do they have cops in Marksville? Yes, sir. They just made CNN a week earlier, while Baltimore and Ferguson and Black Lives Matter were still all over the news. 2 black cops had chased some white guy in his car at like 5 AM, for no legitimate reason. Started firing at his car because reasons. Guy crashes. Cops walk up to the car, find out they just shot his 6-year-old son 5 times in the head and chest. They just got charged with 2nd-degree murder. Still got out of the ticket, though. I'm 19 and got pulled over for the first time, in BFE, not even in my home state, and I'm trying to find my cousin's house. All sounds like balls to the cop. He pulls me over and I sit there super nervous. He asks me to turn off the music up. Okay, yeah, and my radio goes off. He asks me why I was in a bar. I was asking directions to town. He doesn't really believe me, but it's completely true. He asks me to get out of the car and starts to test me. Flashlight in the eyes. Smells my breath, all that. He asks if I have anything in my pocket, say a Lego. Cop, did you say you have a Lego? I had been building stuff with Lego blocks earlier in the day. I had one of those little hose things. It's a double female and looks cool. I think I was building a hot rod or something. Cop, dejected. Say just go up 2 stoplights and take a right. It will lead you straight into town. So I was speeding, and I mean speeding, home one day when I see the red and blue in my rearview mirror. Stopped, cop did the walk, asked me why I was speeding, but was too nervous to say anything to the cop, and just kept shifting in my seat. Naturally, the cop thinks something's up, so he has me get out of the car and proceeds to frisk me. I'm clenching my starfish as hard as I can, and he takes this as an admission that I'm hiding drugs or something. So he gloves up while he partner watches, and proceeds to give me a cavity search after I utterly begged him not to, which of course just eggs him on to doing it, thinking he's going to score. He didn't. Oh, so the reason I was speeding home and was acting all nervous was because halfway home, I felt that I had a massive movement about to happen, and not the solid type either. This was back when I was a shy shitter, so I felt totally embarrassed at telling the cop this. Felt even worse when he shoved that finger up there and it released the floodgates. I proceeded to take a giant, liquidy crap all over his hand, his arm, pants, and right boot. Finger cop starts vomiting. His partner is laughing his butt off, and I'm so embarrassed that I wish they'd just police brutality me and shoot me. After finger cop cools down, and I explained the situation to them of just why I was speeding due to this, I was allowed to leave and go home. Strangely ticketless, and even more strangely I was semi-cured of my shy crapping nature. So I guess I didn't really say anything, but I was stupid in not saying something. His partner is laughing his butt off, and I'm so embarrassed that I wish they'd just police brutality me and shoot me. Holy frick, I don't think I've laughed this hard in a long time. I got pulled over for rolling a stop sign while leaving a parking lot. When the cop asked why I rolled the stop sign, I told him force of habit. After a night of drinking at my friend's house, I decided to sleep in my car instead of attempting the 1-mile drive home. I woke up around 4 AM feeling much better and decided it was safe to head home. Before I knew it, I was getting pulled over because it was pitch black outside and I completely forgot to turn my headlights back on. I admitted to the officers that I drank the night before but tried to sleep it off instead of driving home. They gave me a sobriety test anyway because I reeked of alcohol. I was doing a pretty good job, but they were hesitant to let me go because god dang did I reek of alcohol. Then it hit me. This was my chance. I've been prepared for this moment my entire adult life. Me. Gentlemen, what if I told you I can say my ABCs backwards? Officer, you couldn't even turn your headlights on. Me. But what if I told you I can say my ABCs backwards? Officer, I don't know. Can you say your ABCs backwards? Me. I don't know. Will you let me go if I can? Officer, wait, what? No, maybe. Hang on. Walks back to the car to talk with his partner. After an eternity, they both walk over to me. Officer, say your ABCs backwards and we'll think about it. Me. Will you ask it, like they do in the movies? Officer, what? Ugh. Sure. Ahem. Mom, can you say your ABCs backwards? Me. I sure can. Drunk or sober, recites ABCs backwards. Laughter. More laughter. Officer, wipes tears, goddammit. Get out of here. We'll follow you home. I gave them both high fives and headed home. It only took me 2 whole minutes to realize my headlights still weren't on. Once I was pulled over for rolling through a stop sign. Cop asked me why I didn't stop completely, and like an idiot I said I thought I was stopped enough. Still only gave me a warning though. When I was a 15-year-old who thought he was a badass, I told a cop, while surrounded by 3 others, why don't you put that little B pistol on your hip down and we'll see how tough you really are. If you'd ever like to know what it feels like to be tackled by 4 police officers simultaneously, give that line a try. 4 POs tackling a 15-year-old for saying something like this seems like a bit of an over-exaggeration, lol. It was the 5th of October of 2013 and I was arrested for a DWI. During the arrest I was yelling about how their dumbasses shouldn't be working during a government shutdown and that they're a bunch of Nazis trying to arrest me and ruin my life. When he first pulled up to the scene of my accident I said just shoot me, I'm a worthless repeat offender anyways. All of this was taken from my police report and I don't remember a thing from the actual encounter. My back was .24 and I definitely had no place behind the wheel. I have since sobered up and been clean for 18 months now. Congrats on Ben Soberman. IT workers of Reddit, what is the most enraging and idiotic thing a non-techie has told you? I've worked in IT for a few years now, and have been messing with computers of my own, fixing them for friends as far back as I can remember. I understand that not everyone is good with computers. If they were I wouldn't have a job. I have no problem helping people through things, giving them information, fixing things, etc. What I do have a problem with is people who mess their crap up and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about when I tell them how to fix it, how I fixed it. Oh, yeah, your hard drive is completely corrupt. If you listen you can actually hear it grinding on the inside there. There's nothing I can reasonably do to fix that, but I need my files. I'm sorry, the drive is physically broken. I can't recover anything from it. I thought you were good with computers. I'm just telling you what I found out. Well, it wasn't that bad before I brought it to you. You broke IT. Frick these people. Someone once came into our retail store and asked to buy a windproof router because the wind keeps blowing my Wi-Fi signal away. Pretty sure my eyes started bleeding. Person, the game won't run. It's telling me I need to update my graphics card drivers if I want to play. What should I do? Me. Update your graphics card drivers. Person, okay, thanks. This woman called my college help desk, a professor, and she told me her dead brother-in-law was controlling her PC. She also wanted to tell me that she is not crazy. Turns out her batteries were going in her wireless mouse and the cursor was just moving around kinda funny. Mom, you were just logged into GhostToMeeting this whole time. 64-year colleague, I've just had it with this computer. I can't even find the internet. Me, you're using it right now to see your Gmail. Colleague, no, this is my Google. I need the internet. My boss said I needed to use the real Microsoft Word yesterday. The other day, the office manager was trying to send out a message on our mailing list program. She said, how do I create a new email? I said, see at the top, where it says create email. Oh, where do I put in the email name? I said, see at the top, where it says email name. Oh, where do I select which email list to send it to? I said, see at the top, where it says email list. and on and on and on. For 20 minutes. The instructions are all right there, I swear. Half the time these people act like my job is to read things to them. Some people just make silly mistakes. I'm pretty sure I googled Google before those things never hurt anyone. I once worked for someone who didn't think that IT needed access to network drives to back them up, etc. It's so much more dangerous when you can't do your job. Also, she read some book about lean and IT, and only took some weird amalgamation of streamlining software to reduce the number of mouse clicks. So, our test scripts literally counted mouse clicks and I had to recode modules because there were too many touches. So, instead of making intuitive interfaces I had to worry about clicks. I wish I were kidding. People rate by the weirdest standards. I had a boss that prided himself on never touching a computer. Web TV was the greatest thing ever, so the company website had to be built around Web TV. Also insisted on having a god-awful MIDI file playing on the website. I had to fake take down notice emails from the RIAA to get him to finally remove it. I don't get mad at people not knowing things anymore. That's fine. Really, the things that miff me these days are, it's not my job to learn how to do that. Oh, I'm computer illiterate. Computers hate me. That kind of thing. Externalizing the problems and not taking ownership of the fact that working with technology is part of your job, and using the "I'm not a computer person" excuse to remain willfully ignorant. I did recently have a user screenshot a problem, paste it into Word, and then fax it to me to open a ticket. That was pretty funny. During a large-scale worm outbreak several years ago, the building one of our guys was working damaged control and lost power. It was during a severe thunderstorm. One of our users looked at him, wide-eyed, and shakily asked, Did the virus do that? The last one is great, hahaha. I hope he went like it has control of the building. Get out now. I rebooted. No, you didn't. Your PC takes 2 minutes to reboot. You either lied, logged off and back in, turned the monitor on and off, or did something else. I told you to click start, version dependent next step, and restart. You ignored me and did something else. Stop your lying and or not listening to me ways. I don't care if you don't want to reboot. It will fix your problem. Otherwise I would tell not to move so I can see the issue myself. I rarely begrudge someone for not understanding what I do. I'm sure I've said some stupid things about other areas of expertise. What I do get irked over is when it gets trivialized. I've had a couple of people who barely know me approach me with a big idea that they'd like to get off the ground. One guy wanted to make a WoW clone, more or less. He knows I write software, but no idea what I do. I work on big data systems and the like. So, to him, a programmer is a programmer. No matter that I know as much about how to make a game like WoW as I know about brain surgery, but I do know enough to know that one programmer who is not even tangentially related to the end product in expertise is probably not going to get the job done. He had no clue what making a game like that entailed. I think he figured that Blizzard was run by 4 guys in a garage or something. Another guy has a brilliant idea for a website. Hint, it's a crappy idea. Hilariously crappy. He has no business experience, no development experience, no marketing experience, but he tells me the classic line, I'll give you 10, number 5% ownership. Ownership in what? Your pipe dreams? And then I tell him no thanks, and it's always the same. You have no idea what you're missing out on. Oh, but I do, and I'm not really missing much. People have no clue how much work goes into the stuff they use. They figure that, since Google is only a logo and a single text box, it should be super duper easy to create that part. I don't need the maps created at first, we just need a search engine, and we can make one that's better than Google. Once it's running, we'll start working on a map thing. Another actual line I've been pitched, right? Because nobody is trying to do that right now. Search Bing for Google alternatives and let me know what you find. You know, besides irony, the idea guy is the most useless person out there. If all you have is an idea, and you're going to pitch it to a developer, save yourself the time and just ask him to say no thanks to you in advance. Anyone who agrees won't be competent. Anyone who is competent won't agree. I was contacted as a freelance web developer once around 2008 or so to build me the MySpace of poker. It was going to pay a whopping $5,000. Been in IT for longer than I care to admit, but my absolute favorite. A co-worker came to look over my shoulder while I was working on an application. She looked at my browser and said, "Why does that say Mozilla Firefox?" "Because I'm using the Firefox browser." "Mine doesn't say that. You may not be using the Firefox browser." She goes back to her desk and calls me. "It says Internet Explorer." "That because you are using Internet Explorer. Make it go away." "What? Make it go away? Make what go away?" "I don't want it to say Internet Explorer on my machine and I don't want it to say Mozilla Firefox on your machine. Make it go away." Should have said okay and turned off both computers. Did you really just tell me to turn it off and on again? I hope you're making a joke and referencing the IT crowd. Yes, your computer missed the group policy update and you need to log out and back in. Shut up and let me do my job. Tell them they need to power cycle the CPU, or that they need to make sure the power plug isn't corroded, but they need to properly turn off the computer so they don't lose all of their information. Have them inspect the plug for a good 30 seconds to make sure there is absolutely no corrosion and it is making good contact. Customer: "I changed my password and can't use my computer anymore." Me: "Okay, I can probably reset it. Do you know what operating system you're using?" Customer: blank stare. Me: "Some OSs are easier to reset than others. I need to know what OS you're using." Customer: enthusiastically: "I'm on the Comcast Internet Pipeline operating system." Me: "Awesome. That's actually your internet provider. When you turn on your computer, what does the screen look like?" Customer: blank stare. Me: "Does it say Windows 98, Windows ME, Windows XP, Windows 2000, Windows Vista or Windows 7? Wait. Is it even a Microsoft product or are you using a Mac?" Customer: "Of course it's not a Mac, silly. I don't have the money for a Mac." Me: "So what operating system is it running?" Customer: blank stare. Me: "Never mind. Just bring your computer in. It's going to be $200. Then they bring it in and lo and behold it is a Mac. It's not really something they told me, but the act of washing your hands in pizza grease, then touching every part of my screen. I have a very simple rule. Do not touch my monitor. If you must point at something on my screen, use the eraser end of a pencil. No touchy. I have a printer with a USB cable coming out of it and a USB port in my computer. How do I plug it in? I think a part of me died a little bit. What do you even do here then? When I told her I had to wait for the vendor to contact me back after they looked at the issue, I calmly said, "I make sure you can do your job." Then I just walked out of her office. Most TUs have no idea their programs are from a specific vendor who is the go-to source when crap hits the fan. Like today, you can't win. Every once in a while you have those small victories. Someone has a problem, you remote into their workstation. It's something easy, you click through a few menus quickly and some screens which look impressive because of all the numbers and tech jargon, then presto they think you are a hero. But a lot of this job is waiting. Waiting for when you are needed if you don't have anything else which needs to be done, or in a panic when things go wrong. It's extremely stressful. It's either why are we paying him if all he seems to do is sit around, or why are we paying him if these things go down? You are damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's broken. Why is it that clients are always so vague? Just because you mistyped an email address, didn't plug it in, chose the wrong printer doesn't mean your computer is broken. Also, check out Artalis from Tech Support. My memory stick comes up as FAT32. Does that mean I've got too much stuff on it? Is it saying it's too fat? True freaking story. Most times when someone sees me doing something in the command prompt terminal for any reason, I'm hacking. No, I'm not hacking. I'm updating my software. No, I'm not hacking. I'm talking on Ike. Dude, I didn't have a computer of my own for a while, so I would use the one at the local library. I used PuTTY a lot, and more than 3 times I was told on, and one of the library workers asked me just what I was up to. One time the cops even came. I had so much rage with literally no outlet. It was maddening. Now I'm back home and can PuTTY all I want. Friend going to college for computer science, needed a new laptop. We were having a conversation about what to download first. Me, you should definitely get Chrome or something similar as the very first thing. I use IE. I don't like those other ones, they give you viruses. She got a virus within a week on her brand new laptop. Going to college for computer sciences. I couldn't fassap him hard enough. IE is flawed, but still she probably would have gotten a virus on any other browser as well. Firefox and Chrome can also be hijacked by idiots clicking certain Facebook ads when they don't have no script or something loaded as well. I work in a call center. Outside of work, I am as IT as you can get, fixing computers, whatnot. My day job is dealing with calls about people's accounts at a credit union. I enjoy it for the most part, aside from the fact that we have to tell our members about services that we offer, and we have to refer 10% of our calls. So, this one girl calls, check the date of birth, and she is 19, calling for her balance. The first thing I do is ask if she uses our online banking, as I get a referral and she is young enough not to use the excuse of not knowing how. So she responds, number. Well, I don't know. I mean, I look at my balances on my phone but I never go online. Frustration intensifies. My boss giving me crap for pressing the X on a window, saying that it doesn't properly shut down the program, and that I had to click file exit. Sure, there are programs that just minimizes to the tray, but this was Internet Explorer 6. When I sit down at a user's machine to put my talent and years of training and experience to work, and they say when you're done playing with it, let me know so I can get some real work done on a computer that they need to do their job, they screwed up with their quest for pretty wallpapers or cute animated mouse pointers or great deals on vacations or fortunes from Nigerian princes or whatever. Co-worker, why are you just standing around drinking coffee? The internet is down. Why aren't you fixing it? Me, that's not my job. I develop and manage our websites. Co-worker, exactly, you're in charge of the internet, so fix the internet. I find things other so-called techies say are more enraging. However, a few years ago, I had a client that wanted her PC cleaned up. In the end I installed MSE and MBAM and configured it. Few months later I get an email from her she might have a virus and for me to check into it. I remote in and see MSE is gone and Symantec AV is installed. I asked why she removed MSE and bought Symantec. She started her answer with, well, I felt. I just stopped listening to her feelings reason. Soldiered on. Fixed her problem and sent her a bill. TLDR. Some people don't think they get a good product unless they pay for it. I've seen this in different areas of business. Some people don't think they get a good product unless they pay for it. I've been told countless times how GNU Linux is a rip-off Windows for hackers and criminals. Because you don't pay for it. I was on my grandpa's computer trying to find the website for my W2S and I couldn't remember the name of the website. He took the computer from me thinking he could type the website incorrectly and I said never mind. Just Google the company name and he gets pissed off and says I'm sick of people telling me to use Google, I don't freaking have Google. A few years ago, my mouse isn't working. Me, let's try unplugging it and plugging it back in. What shape is the part that plugs into the computer by the way? Round or rectangle? How do you tell the difference? Me, the shape. I'm not IT, and it wasn't enraging, but my mother called me once from her new iPhone 4S and said I can't get the phone to stop playing music. The only reason it stopped is that I've called you. Help me. Press pause mom. It was more funny than anything. Not being told this directly, but you can tell by how they interact with you. Lack of any desire to learn. It seems people are just more than willing to give up when it comes to their computer, not wanting to give any problem a moment's thought. I work IT at a hospital and there's one nurse who is computer illiterate and proud of it, telling her that willful ignorance is not something to be proud of hasn't quite worked yet. 1. Those that hover over my shoulder asking questions that only slow me down. What's that? Why do you do that? How does that work? What are you doing honestly? I don't even mind being asked questions 99% of the time. What irks me are the people that have 50 million irrelevant questions that actually slow down my progress and interrupt my train of thought. If you want me to train you on how to do my job, you're getting an invoice that has a line item for X hours of training at $1,500 an hour. 2. Those people that used to be in IT years ago and somehow feel that makes them the experts. You were in IT. You've been out for 20 years. I've been doing this for the PST 15 years. I'm the dang expert, quit telling me how to do my job. You're wrong. Sit down and let me get you back to doing what you're the expert at now, which is not IT. Point 1. I can't stand hearing people's theories about what's wrong with the computer because if it's way off and I just say, no that couldn't possibly be it, they're like, no but I really think it is. And I'm like no the time date settings on your computer aren't affecting whether you can stream TED. Oh my god. After a hard drive failure, the person calls me. Note, I'm a developer with little know-how on hardware stuff. Tells me that she lost all of her data, wants me to get that thingy repaired, because she needs the data on that disk. I told her that a professional data recovery from a failed hard drive is very expensive. But you know how to do that, right? No, I am not a freaking magician. Sure, I can call them. Still expensive. I actually found this really funny, not enraging. However, it was still idiotic. I help support a network-based application for medical professionals and an office lady's internet was down and she called support irate. Our latest update to her office broke the Google. Laughs were had by all even though she was P. There are so many annoying things that users do. Emailing with simply my insert device software name is broken. Please try to elaborate. Explain what you are doing and what happens. It is a complete waste of my time to have to probe you for information like you're 5 years old. On the same vein, they complain that the problem hasn't been resolved, but they never responded to your attempts to get more information. Walk into my office, stand there for 5 minutes while I'm on the phone with someone else because they just couldn't wait and their problem is incredibly important. It is a distraction to the problem I'm working on and unfair to all the other users who submitted their questions and issue correctly. 9 out of 10 times it is not an emergent issue that needs my attention immediately. Company board, sorry, we don't have any money to spend on that. We really need to replace machines that are broken beyond repair. Meanwhile, they have enough money to buy water columns for the waiting room that bubble up constantly. It is to the point that I am telling people to complain to the doctors on the board. Constant due date for projects that just aren't possible. Opening multiple new offices at the same time for a 3-person department, while also still being responsible for other projects and daily help desk support. They demo new software that clearly won't work, then buy it and tell us to make it work. They get upset when we can't deliver that or it takes a while. Just had a user come in my office to ask me to order her a new headset for her phone. I told her she would need to speak to finance. But while discussing it she explains further. People she is on the phone with consistently cannot hear her and she ends up yelling so they can. So I tell her why don't you bring it here first and see if we can't fix it. She gets the headset and I'm able to determine it is the voice tube. In the end it is solved. No extra money spent. I don't understand why she wouldn't just let me know she was having an issue. I consistently have users that will not call or email to let us know about their issues. They will do one of two things. Wait until I happen to be at their location, which I've only left enough time for the issue that I came for, or wait until it has thoroughly upset them and send me an email with expletives complaining about the issue. They do not explain the problem, just complain. As an IT person I can understand that not everyone has level of knowledge about electronics that I do. When I've explained the simple thing to you multiple times, that's when I get upset. I shouldn't have to show you how to attach something to your email every single time you are doing it. Either take a note or Google it at that point. I'm not your personal IT professional. I support an entire company of people who have issues. Yes, your simple thing comes across as a waste of my time. Downvote if you like. I'm done. Hug. I am not an IT tech, but the librarians in my town will tell people the computers are slow because, for example, too many people are using Google, Yahoo, whatever, and that using Internet Explorer was best to use because you wouldn't get any viruses. This was 2009 and the computers were running Windows 98. When they submit a work order to upgrade their CPU because Netflix doesn't stream that well when they are in a hotel room. The list goes on equals. A customer told me that their plasma TV screen had cracked, so they smeared it with petroleum jelly to keep all the plasma gas from escaping. I just had a customer email and call me in a panic. He couldn't open a document and was about to lose an order. Over the phone I helped him download a Adobe Reader. He was so happy. The contract was saved, as long as he got it printed and signed and scanned and emailed. Then his printer wouldn't work. I said I would talk him through it or I could drive down and hook it up for him. To which he replied, "No, it's okay. It will work sometime." He was so worried. A $20,000 contract in the balance, and he just tells me not to worry about helping him. I have questions about his sanity. Hopefully light side on this one. Maybe there was important information in the document he needed to read, and getting it up on the screen was good enough. Printing was and it would be nice if item. Work order stated computer will not turn on. Drove to the edge of our school district 30 minutes one way. Walked into the room. Turned on the monitor and it was working fine. Turns out this Sarah Palin looking lady didn't know you had to turn the monitor on. She was like 50. She immediately started making excuses about how she's used to chalkboards next. She goes on to say she has a machine at her house and does use it, but has never had to turn it on herself. She gets her kids or husband to do it. It pee me off because she's teaching children and clearly had no critical thinking skills. Company owner tried to save money on a new machine by not getting a mouse, because this is a business machine. It's not for games. Also, when showing me how to open his accounting program by pressing start, programs, etc, I explained I could simply put a shortcut on the desktop. He explained that it was their busy season and he didn't want to make any major system changes. He was also using dial-up AOL. This was 2011. I work at the help desk at my school as a student worker. I had a professor call insisting that her computer upgraded Windows Office 2003 to Office 2011 by opening a document that was made on Office 2011. Not something they told us, but something they did. An intern was asked to bring copies from the copy machine to a conference room where a meeting was in progress. Simple, right? Nope. This freaking guy unplugs the machine and wheels the whole machine to the conference room. One particular web app at my university does not work in Safari. It hasn't been fixed by the devs, so when people call in about it I have them install Chrome. I had a woman, nurse, refuse to install Google Chrome and claim I was trying to give her a virus. She was adamant that I was going to fry her hard drive and that her favorites in Safari took years to save, so she will lose everything she has ever done. I politely tried to explain everything to her in the simplest of terms for 15 minutes, but she refused to even try to understand anything I was telling her. She never installed Chrome. Fix my mouse. What's wrong with it? It's not working. Can you give me more information? I just bought this wireless mouse and it's not showing up on the screen. Okay, I'll need the wireless dongle and the mouse to do some troubleshooting for you. Wireless what? Dongle? Yay. I don't know what that is. It's the little USB key that comes with the wireless mouse so it can connect to your computer. Oh, that? I threw that out. I thought this was a wireless mouse and I didn't need to plug in anything. My husband's truck was broken into. The thief stole the faceplate for his radio that's almost 10 years old and completely worthless, but ignored the $2,000 worth of subs and amps. What's the dumbest act of theft that's occurred to you? When I was younger, someone stole our car with a ton of ski equipment in it. We found the car a week later in a ditch. They didn't take anything, just broke all our skis. What the frick, car thieves? What the frick? One year on Christmas night my car was broken into. I always remove my faceplate. There were no other items in the car except a candy bar. The jerks got away with a candy bar and I had to spend the day after Christmas getting my window replaced. Sounds like they were just looking out for you, to try and keep you on your diet or something. The dumbest that's ever occurred to me wasn't in what they stole, but what they left behind. Way back in 1998 we were in the process of moving. And one day, while we were at the new place, a pair of thieves showed up in a moving truck with a logo that was plausibly that of a local moving company. Neighbors didn't blink twice. and the thieves loaded up a good percentage of our stuff and left behind, sitting in the living room, a day planner, well filled with names, addresses, places they were stealing from, places they were taking stuff, everything needed for the cops to make the easiest bust ever. I love dumb thieves. Friendly neighborhood seeker drunk attempts to break into parked and marked police car using a metal tool of some sort. Gives up and ends up passing out on the sidewalk 2 meters from the car, tool in hand. Friend of mine was walking in a park with his dog. He had a plastic bag, printed with the name and logo of a big electronics retailer that was nearby with him. Some guy walked by him, took the bag and just legged it. He was already pursuing him for a few meters when it hit him that bag did not contain anything else but his dog's droppings that you legally have to collect in that park, but very few dog owners actually do. So he laughed and let that guy escape. 2 years ago my 1990 Subaru Liberty wagon was stolen from a major shopping center in Melbourne. 2 weeks later, the car was found in front of the Melbourne Supreme Court. They'd stolen old university textbooks worth nothing, my prescription glasses, prescription, and a children's sex education book I was given as a joke birthday present. Worst part was that the car was insured for far more than it was worth. If they trashed it they would have probably done me a favor. A few years back we had our TV stolen. The guy who stole it was just smart enough to know that insurance will replace something like that in about a month, which they did. So 4 weeks later he comes back. We'd made some improvements to doors, windows, locks etc so that walking out with a 42 inches plasma wasn't going to happen again quite so easily. I'd also taken crappy old PC and a crappier, older Logitech quick cam and set it up in a window overlooking our yard with some software that just saved a pic every 3 seconds. Was supposed to be motion triggered but I messed up the config. Our friendly burglar spots the camera, breaks in, unplugs the camera from the PC and shoves it under a beanbag chair, leaving the PC running. If he had have taken the computer or even damaged the HDD that was unsecured and exposed as I didn't have the case on, I would not have been able to show the pics to the police and they wouldn't have been knocking on his door at 8 AM the next morning. One of my roommates in college came back with a stack of DVDs. I asked where he got them and he said from this video store down the street. A few weeks later, I notice the DVDs are still around. I ask if he's gonna return them. Heck no, man. Keeping em. I signed up there so I could rent a shitload of DVDs for free, then just keep them. I explained to him that when you sign up for something like that, you have to give personal information so you can, you know, get billed. For a while Blockbuster would only bill you a few dollars for not returning most DVDs. Thief broke into my house last year and stole the Dell Inspiron that I received in 2005. Whopping 70 GB HD, slow as crap, and wouldn't hold a charge despite changing the battery. They didn't take the charger. It had also gotten drinks spilled on it several times. Thanks, younger relatives. I laughed. Before I was born, someone broke into my parents' house and stole, among a few other things, some dishes and the TV remote, but the TV itself nah. A friend parked in my driveway and came in to have a chat with my mother, leaving a wrapped sandwich in their car. Someone opened the car door, took a bite of the sandwich, rewrapped it, and put it back in the car. I always want to do crap like this to people who leave their cars running in public, especially the ones with babies or young kids in the back seat. Maybe leave a post-it note on their kid's forehead that says, "I could have been taken because you're lazy dumb fuck." I was living in France and I think we left our car unlocked. They stole the baby bag. Used nappies aren't worth a lot. They are to the connoisseur. My cousin had her car broken into once. They stole a foldable fan you can get from the arcade redemption. Broke her car window just for that. They must have been really hot. All this global warming is driving people mad, I tell ya. One time, someone robbed us, but not of anything valuable. In fact, all he stole was a small flower pot in the front garden. I bet his house looks so fabulous right now. Well, my situation was dumb on my part. I had purchased a car alarm, but hadn't installed it yet. The box was in my trunk and my car was broken into and my stereo was stolen and they went through my whole car. They left my car alarm in the plain open in the driver's seat. This guy had a sense of humor and he was considerate as far as thieves go. When taking my stereo, he carefully set my cup of soda on the ground in front of my seat. My idiot friend stole my flash drive and then lied about it horribly. The conversation went like this. Him. Is this your flash drive? Me. Yes. OMG. I've been looking everywhere for that. Him. No. This is my flash drive. Me. What? Dude, you know that's mine. Him. No. I bought this. Me. You just asked me if it was mine. They don't even sell these. My dad gave it to me. Him. No. I've had this forever. See. This part is broken. Me. You broke my flash drive. Him. No, it's my flash drive. Then I punched him in the face and took my flash drive. We almost fought, but he backed down. Fast forward 2 weeks from then. He tells me about how he read a story I wrote and how much he liked it. Guess what? I only had that story on my flash drive. What a freaking idiot. Had an old Volvo that was broken into. One of the side windows smashed. Before I had time to replace it, I left the car unlocked. Had a large bag of thrash in the backseat one day that I should throw away later. Left the car parked for 2 hours. Unlocked and with a window smashed. Came back and the opposite window was smashed and the trash bag stolen. My car has been broken into twice. The first time they just stole change. Probably about $5 worth. The second time, however, the thieves took my French textbook and notebook for class. While college textbooks are typically pricey and a good steal, this one in particular was half covered in battery acid. Long story, and the pages were literally disintegrating. The book was worthless. A few years back, my mum used to do a lot of country walks, rambling sort of stuff, so she bought a 2-part GPS tracker. It meant that she took one half with her, could use it as a sort of map, not a very good one, but also if she got lost or didn't come back, my dad could turn his on and find her. The house got broken into a while back, and amongst other things, my PS1, the bastards, they took the one she carried with her. It looked a bit like an old school portable TV, I suppose. All we had to do was turn it on and call the police. Lucky too, I'd nearly completed Spiro. About a month ago, I was pulling out of my driveway when I noticed my other car's hood was popped. I stopped, got out and closed it. Walking back to my car, I looked again and my driver door was cracked open. Sat inside. Center console open. Glove compartment on the floor. Nothing missing. Lock and shut the door. Notice my gas tank lid was open. Son of a bee stole my gas. Oh wait. It's been 0 miles to E for 2 weeks. Win. TL. DR. Gas thieves can't find gas lid release lever. Get nothing from the already empty tank. Someone prized the lock off my car door to steal the contents of the ashtray, which my late night McDonald's venture had left at a whopping 68p. That's maybe $1 at a push. There was a £2 coin in the footwell and it cost me £200 in repairs. Those stupid bastards. Someone broke into my locker and stole a pair of Dankso clogs. There were 6 pairs of the exact same shoes out in the open. Maybe they weren't his size. I had a thief practically turn himself in at my friend's doorstep seconds after robbing my car in the driveway. I was at a friend's house for a party and I left my car door unlocked, which I very rarely do. I was parked at the end of the driveway near the road. Later in the night, when we were all pretty drunk and happy, we hear a knock on the door and go to see who it is. It was someone none of us knew, and he opened with, "Is that your car?" When we told him yes, that it was mine. He just said, "Steve Wissonant was here," and walks away. We were kind of stunned and it took a second to realize something was fishy, but after he had left I went to check my car and surely enough someone had broken in and stole my GPS. We called the cops who came and got some info, then drove around to check the nearby area. She found the guy who had knocked on my friend's door and he had the GPS on him. If the guy had just stolen it and walked off, no one would have noticed until the next day when I started my drive home. He'd have gotten away cleanly. No one was outside at the time. I have no clue why the guy felt it was necessary to try to throw us off a trail we didn't know existed by making up another person. But to this day we curse the name of Steve Wissonant when things go awry. Similar situation. They stole my worthless faceplate and my fiance's fake flower necklace. They left behind all the loose change. the $300 stroller, $150 car seat, all my CDs, and my $500 golf clubs. I laughed hysterically. We're pretty sure it was kids, teenagers. At first my husband couldn't believe it. He thought I'd taken it out because I didn't want to listen to his music. He just kept saying there's no way someone took just that. My briefcase was stolen from under my chair in a pub in London once when I went to the toilet. None of my friends saw what happened. It was a nice briefcase, Italian leather, fairly new. I didn't have much in it. Some papers, a stack of my business cards, a free USB stick from some trade show, an old mobile due for an upgrade, a Mont Blanc pen and a solid silver keyring. I was pretty upset because the keyring was completely irreplaceable and the pen was a gift, not to mention the significant monetary value of each. The next day I got a phone call from a nearby theater. They'd found a briefcase by the stage door and it had a few of my cards in it. Yay. I went down to pick it up, brought some wine for the lovies who'd found it, a mistake. In retrospect, it was the tech crew and they'd have preferred cider, and I opened it up. Inside was my priceless keyring, the pen and all my papers. The thieves had only taken the empty 500 megabytes USB stick and a beaten up old Nokia. Dumb thieves? Maybe, but I guess the Nokia was easy to fence. The stuff that was actually worth something was probably much harder to sell. As a nice postscript, a couple of years later I was walking home from the station after another night out with the briefcase in one hand and my wife in the other. A gang of thugs, 5 of them, tried to grab the bag. Being mightily pissed off about something or other that day, I decided to confront the bastards rather than run or hand over the case. The only place to run to was through an empty park, and that seemed like a good way to get knifed. They weren't expecting this and immediately backed off, which only emboldened us further. Between my wife's angry yelling, "She's really loud," and has no fear, and my thick-headed ability to absorb punishment from one of the thugs whipping me with his belt, like Austin Powers, I actually laughed at him, saying, "You fight like a girl." We bought enough time for the neighbors to wake up and come out waving rolling pins. The suckers ran off and we went home so I could be patched up by my beautiful woman in time-honored action hero fashion. The next morning I saw one of the thugs on the train, smiled at him and waved as he jumped off and ran away at the next station. I'm a bit scared of the briefcase, to be honest. I don't know if it's jinxed or lucky. I use it once a week or so, but I won't take it on a plane. My brother went to Thomas Jefferson High in Northern Virginia. He told me stories of how people would go through your wallet and only take $1 or $2 to get a drink and then leave the rest there in the wallet. Good guy thieves, only take what they need. My little brother had a party while I was at class one night. Community college course, 7:11 p.m. $250 semester and full transfer of credits just makes too much financial sense. His friend went into my room and stole a bunch of jewelry, mostly stuff I inherited after my mother died. She also took some DVDs I had, but those could be easily replaced. She left a nearly empty bottle of crappy cheap body spray on my bed, so I come home to find a foreign object sitting on my bed and pause. It triggers me to look around for anything else unusual, and I find the jewelry box partially open with most of the rings gone. As far as I know though, the police just returned my stuff and the girl got community service because she was 17. She died of a drug overdose some years later, and I lived with a front door knob and key lock on my bedroom door until I moved out. Someone stole our life-size porcelain. Frick, I can't remember what it's called. It's a bird, large beak, eats fish whole, and stores some in a mouth pouch. When I picture it, I think flamingo, pinguino, porcupine, goddammit, pelican. But a porcupine with wings might be the scariest thing ever. Some African males got caught in front of my webcam, which I'll leave running when I am out, broke into my dorm room and stole various food items from my mini fridge, pasta, fried chicken, some sodas, natty ice. They also stole various office supplies, stapler, staples, post-it notes, etc. They did not take my laptop, running the webcam, my monitor, speakers, or other major electronic equipment. They did steal my iPhone USB charger though, and a small statue of a giraffe valued at around $8. You don't take a man's computer. He's got his pee and crap on there. It's just proper manners. In about 30 minutes someone slid the top on my car, disabled my alarm without setting it off or cutting any wires, and stole my 2 seats of all things. Turns out brand new seats for an S2K are special handcrafted leather from Japan and cost about 10k. That's more than the engine. I hope your insurance covered your new seats. One Easter my mom's car was broken into. She used a purse that guys wouldn't recognize as a purse, I guess. So they didn't grab it, but it had $500 in it. They did take her makeup bag, which was more purse-like, and emptied it out in a neighbor's driveway, and my game purse, which had my Game Boy Color and its accessories in it. They threw that out as well. A friend and I were hanging out on a school playground at 3 AM kind of recently. We decided to see if the school was open, so we went to the door, and it was. I guess when we opened the door, a silent alarm went off, alerting the cops that someone had broken in. About 3 minutes later, there were sirens going off everywhere, so we ran as fast as we could to our friend's house up the street. Of course, I was rushing, so I left my purse with my cell phone, social security card, credit debit cards, etc., and also my roommate's shoes. For the next 2 hours, there were cop cars going up and down the street looking for us. We drove by about 2 hours after and there were still cops roaming the schoolyard. So I thought I was screwed. We went back to my friend's house and went to sleep, and in the morning went back to see if my purse was still there. To my surprise, the cops didn't see it, even though it was in plain view. But they did take my roommate's shoes. I don't know what they were planning on doing with them. TLDR. Broke into a school. Cops came, ran away without purse or shoes. Cops just took shoes. My car at the time was a 10-year-old minivan with almost 200,000 miles on it. Was missing a hubcap. Hadn't been washed in a year. I woke up one morning and it was missing. Just like that, missing. I took a taxi to work and got a call from the company that managed my apartment complex. They had found a bunch of my stuff, along with the back seats of the minivan, behind the apartment complex. Someone else had had his motorcycle stolen. A few days later the police found my minivan abandoned. I am still boggled that someone stole my worthless posed car just so they could steal someone else's motorcycle. I work the graveyard shift at a hotel. The only other person who is working when I'm there is the night audit person at the front desk. One day I decide to bring in a couple decks of plastic cards. That would be nice except for the fact that they're so old, so we can play gin. These decks come in a black plastic box that has no markings on the outside. So after my shift I decide that I'll just leave them in the little area where people hang their coats and whatnot, and when I come back the next day they're gone. I'm pretty sure whoever stole them doesn't use cards as often as I do, but they decided that they just had to steal my only 2 plastic decks. Thieves broke into my car and stole the faceplate for my radio as well. Little did they know, I had a leather-bound copy of Dante's Divine Comedy in the back. You can jack a radio from anywhere, but epic poetry like that? That's true value. Pretty sure Divine Comedy is on the internet. Happened to a friend. I live in a small rural town. Several scumbags from a town a few hours away went on a bit of a crime spree in my town one night. They broke into houses and stole a few cars to drive back to their town in. My friend lives on a property about 20 kilometers out of town on the route these crime geniuses would have driven home on. If my friend leaves a light on you can see their house from the road. So presumably these douche nozzles saw a light on and went to see what they could steal. They found an old Toyota Hilux ute with a horse float attached and thought it would make a nifty getaway vehicle. For those not familiar with old Toyota Hiluxes, they accelerate at approximately half the speed of smell. To steal a phrase, and have a top speed similar to that of a dead cat, and that's without a ton or so of horse float attached to the back. The next morning the ute was found about 2 kilometers down the road. No damage and nothing stolen. Morons. My friend went to the local Chinese restaurant and ordered Chinese takeaway. He was walking home with the food and some guy came past on a BMX and grabbed the food out his hand and rode off. My friend said he was somewhere between shock and bemusement, so it didn't really register to chase after the guy. All he was left with was a piece of plastic from the handle of the bag. When I was younger, someone broke into my dad's car. That criminal mastermind got away with a broken cell phone and less than $1 worth of spare change. He completely ignored a brand new laptop, Game Boy, and many CDs that were laying about the unlocked vehicle. I lived in a not so good neighborhood when I was younger. We ended up getting broken into when our dog wasn't home and nobody was there. They ended up taking my not so glamorous Pokemon card collection, the old fat Game Boy, and some cheapo jewelry that my mom had next to her bed, completely ignoring the brand new snowboard, TV, and console games, all lying about in the living room. The window they broke cost more to replace than all of the things they stole. Similar thing except even shittier intelligence. I have a 1978 Lancia Monte Carlo. One of the previous owners upgraded the tape cassette player to one of those fancy, modern ones from OHH, probably 1982. About 5 years ago some dumb fuck smashed a window, took the stereo, ripped open the board between the seats and the trunk looking for good stuff to steal, found nothing and then made off. 2 fails here. 1. This stereo was broken. 2. It's a rear-engined car. The trunk is in the front dickwood. You missed a crap ton of tools, some random things of reasonable value I was storing in there and a top-end £200 car cover. I imagine the dealer beat the frick out of whoever tried to trade him a broken, 30-year-old outmoded stereo. I once talked to a girl who said she hated the movie Inception because I hate movies that make me think. What simple sentence did someone say to you that made you lose all respect for them? Not a joke. My cousin's ex-girlfriend refused to see Public Enemies, the John Dillinger movie, because the cars look wicked old timey and I think they would confuse me. Confused by a car. 4 wheels, doors, a car. I pity her commute during a year when many manufacturers do a model refresh. On a second date with a girl, our waitress said, "Those are great shoes. Where did you find them?" My date said, "That's sweet of you, but unless you own this place I don't think you can afford them." That waitress is now my girlfriend. Story about newly adopted puppies, and then they trashed the house. So I drove a couple of miles into the country and left them. Ex-friend. I was telling a coworker about my pet iguana, and he told me he had one too, but he set it free in the forest when he got tired of it. I got mad and told him in no uncertain terms he was an idiot who condemned his pet to die of starvation or exposure. We live in the north. There was a girl I hung out with a few times every week for about 3 years during late high school early college. One day, she came to school with a bunch of PETA stickers and started sticking them on walls and other people's stuff. She put one on my notebook and I chewed her out over it, not about PETA, but about defacing my stuff. She got agitated and could not seem to understand that I wasn't against her support of PETA, but against her defacing my stuff with their ads. She gave me the silent treatment for a week, then tried to argue with me again about how I should also support PETA. I lost it and pretty much just unloaded every single reason I wouldn't support PETA, from I like meat and think eating animals is moral to the president of PETA uses insulin, but encourages violent resistance against the very research that made such medicine possible. Eventually she put her fingers in her ears and started screaming over me until I shut up. Then came the crescendo of this whole ordeal. I don't give a frick what PETA actually does. I support them because I like animals. That was the day I decided I needed smarter friends. Most people who support PETA don't realize that it's comprised of hypocrites and idiots. I'm not racist or anything, but I don't think blacks and gays deserve rights. Another one. Obama was only elected cause he paid everyone to vote for him. How else would a get into the White House? Or, the White House was only painted white cause they never expected a black person to be president, so I guess they'll have to paint it black now. I'm not racist or anything, but 9/10 is followed by the most racist remark you have ever heard. I have a poster with the First Amendment on it on my bedroom wall. A girl once said that it was creepy how you have propaganda all over the place. Same girl in reference to my small vegetable garden. Isn't that illegal? You're trying to put supermarkets out of business. I wonder how long it will be before it actually is illegal. Those vegetable lobbyists will have you in chains before you know it. A friend said of his friend, who'd I'd begun to like, he loves to drink Red Bull and vodka when he's driving, because he can hold the can easily. He might as well have said his friend likes to go to public parks, slip on a blindfold, and start firing a handgun, but that it's okay because he hasn't shot anyone yet. When I worked in a grocery store, a customer was buying some stuff and decided not to buy the chicken breast she had and left them with the cashier. The cashier comes down my aisle and asks me where the chicken goes so she can put it back. The conversation went like this. Her, where does the chicken go? Me, with the meat. Points to the meat fridge's coolers. Her, LOL, but chicken isn't meat. She then proceeded to walk past the meat to somewhere else in the store. I was expecting her to turn around and say she was joking, but she just walked away. To this day I still don't know where she put the chicken. Thank God this girl is hot and has a rich dad. When I was living in a family homeless shelter, there was a very nice girl who came to live there. She was 2 months pregnant and came from a strict Muslim family, so I'm guessing they disowned her or something. Nicest girl ever. Nerdy. Liked the same music as me. Taught me loads about her culture and made the tastiest chicken ever. Anyways, one day we're out smoking cigs and somehow the subject of marijuana comes up. She tells me it's OMG awful, illegal, evil. So I calmly explain why it's illegal, what it doesn't do to your body, the chemical breakdown, and she's listening and then, frick it, whatever. My boyfriend's a weedhead. My baby will be a weedhead no matter what. K. Turns out she was doing C. Prego. She dipped out of the shelter like a week later. TL. DR. Weedhead. A girl I kind of liked was telling me about having to take a philosophy course as part of her undergraduate program. She said she hated it because they always talk about these problems that don't have a clear solution. I don't like things where the answer is hard. Just tell me what to think so I can get a good grade. This was the biggest turnoff ever for me and made me realize she wasn't the intellectually curious girl I thought she was. I'm what you might call ethnocentric. I just think we white people are better. The sad ironic thing about this is the white people who think like this tend to be the scummiest, worst humans ever. I discard them. I'm against gay rights. I don't believe in evolution, no so much respect for this one. More so, I just can't really take them seriously. Was madly in love with this girl back in the good old days of playing Magic: The Gathering. She was adorable, charming, funny, good player, to boot. Tried the old water slugger charm on her. Cracked this joke: what do you call a black man flying a plane? The joke's supposed to put them in a lurch. And you follow up: a pilot. You racist bastard. Laughs would be had. We'd go out for dinner, and we'd live together happily making out and building decks. Until her response was a terrorist. Black people are terrorists rendered me speechless, and suddenly was no longer in love with her. I'm pretty sure she heard the joke and was stealing the punchline from you in an attempt to make a joke of her own. Sounds like you missed the joke. My so will not watch films with subtitles as she cannot be bothered to read the text. Leaves me watching great films alone. I feel ambivalent. She said he was cute when he walked in the bar, like he raped her. Ex-boyfriend had gotten a late night phone call from a sobbing female friend who said she had been raped and needed a ride home. I hope that dirty frick gets worms. He beat me in front of the kids for catching him cheating with some H. Here's a picture. I had to get stitches. Thanks for helping me get out of there, but I have to go back to him. I think he's realized his mistake. Can you buy me a phone? We can no longer be friends. When women play a game, it's just a game. When men play a game, it's a sport. That's the difference. Go suck a bag of dongs. Butthole. When men play poker, it's still a freaking game. Sorry, ESPN. On a similar note, I hate when people say they hate foreign movies or anything with subtitles because I came to the movie to see, not to read. You're not reading a freaking novel here. It's not James Joyce. It's just a line or two at a time and you forget you're doing it in less than 5 minutes anyway. I can't read subtitles in movies and understand the whole thing. I lose focus super easy and just start taking in conversations without realizing what they mean. Similar to when you are reading and lose your place. But this goes on for like 20 minutes before I realize I don't have the slightest idea of what's going on. My brother died of cancer. Ex-friend. Hear me out. This sentence was spoken by my ex-friend. Call her dingbat. To another friend, Joan. As part of a story. I, however, Happened to know that the brother she referred to was actually a pet turtle. Dingbat was so attached to this turtle that she referred to him as her brother to me on several occasions. However, she neglected to mention this to Joan while telling the story. So Dingbat was just going to make Joan believe her actual human brother had actually died of cancer in order to get sympathy and attention, when in reality it was a small reptile who, to be fair, had died of cancer in his tail. I may have started shouting. It would be weird if her human brother died of tail cancer. I recommended North by Northwest to a friend a couple of months ago. He looked at the release year and said, I don't watch movies before 1995. I wouldn't trust anyone who hasn't seen Ghostbusters. Today on my news feed, if everyone in that theater had a gun, no one would have died. I don't even know why I go on Facebook anymore. EWW, I hate Green Day. They're ugly, said a girl in my health class. Alright, what artists do you like? I responded. I love the Black Veil Brides. They're so hot. Sigh. Not a fan of Green Day either, but, whoa. I lost almost all of what little respect I had for a classmate when she said, yay, I'm getting my financial aid money soon. Time to go shopping. Our college program gives us a merit-based scholarship, but some people get financial aid which he obviously didn't need. Hearing someone brag about getting financial aid was too much for me. As someone about to go to college with little money, this makes me want to kill. Female friend of a friend. You know, you are a really nice guy. Me. Large, heavily tattooed man. Or, shucks, thanks. Female friend of a friend. Now, maybe if you shaved and got that crap removed from your arms, you'd find someone decent. We all hope you find a nice hairy tattooed woman someday. I was teaching an introductory biology class and I had a girl in it who was a business major. That's fine. A lot of business majors will take the class to get a science or lab credit. No biggie. So we go on a hike. I tell the class about 43,289,798 times before this to wear outdoor clothes. Everyone does, except her. She's in heels. I make her hike out anyway, because it's part of the course, only a couple of feet into the woods. I start lecturing on different things in the forest and eventually get to mushrooms. I start pointing out some different mushrooms and she interrupts and goes, whoa, wait. Are you saying mushrooms are alive? I had no reaction but to laugh. Apparently she thought mushrooms and plants, we later found out, were like rocks. I asked her if she had ever seen a plant grow. She later dropped the class. That's the craziest part, because if you don't know mushrooms and plants are alive, crap, you should absolutely stay in the class, because I guarantee some of the later stuff is probably going to blow your mind. Me. A man walks into a bar. He says ouch. Everyone -1. Laughter. Jane. Ha. I don't get it. Me. He walked into the bar. Jane. Ha. Me. Into the bar. I bang my hand against my forehead. Jane. Oh, I get it. Me. A priest, a pedophile, and a rapist walks into a bar. He orders a beer. Everyone -1. Laughter. Jane. What? Me. He orders a beer. Jane. Which one is he? Me. It's all the same guy. The guy is a priest, a pedophile, and a rapist. Jane. Your jokes suck. I don't like jokes that make you think. It was the same thing for every joke I told that night. I wouldn't say I lost all respect for her just because she had no sense of humor and didn't get wordplay, but it sure didn't raise my opinion of her. My husband's the same. He prefers comedies and straightforward, no frills action movies, films that don't require thinking. He's a very intelligent person, but he likes to kick back and relax with mindless entertainment. Some people don't like to have to think when they're watching something for fun. I'm that way. Some days after a long day of programming, I like to just come home and veg out with laughter. Now, on the weekend, I would love thinking movies. Just after work I don't want to use my mind anymore. I dated a much older, extremely wealthy man for a year. Once, we were at a club and that song by Bruno Mars came on. You know the one. I wanna be a billionaire so frickin' bad. He was dancing around like a moron singing along. Stopped suddenly and said, oh wait, I already am, then laughed hysterically. Actually that's pretty funny. Pretty much just this, that post-traumatic stress disorder isn't real. They're just a bunch of pussies and they're faking it. In a conversation about whether the Lord of the Rings books were better than the movies, I think books are movie ruiners. LOTR was such a good movie series, the books just ruined it. I once informed a co-worker that somebody in his department called to say that he wouldn't be able to come in for his early morning shift because his wife was in a car accident and is in the hospital. His response: "It's always something with this guy." I just want to punch every F I see in the face. I literally never spoke the guy again. Homophobia and intolerance is the easiest way to make me hate you. Well, to be fair, some people just want mindless entertainment from their movies. They do enough thinking at work, school. You know the old euphemism, listening to you has actually made me dumber while waiting for the movie to start in a theater. I was privy to a conversation from a group of 13-15-year-old girls that made me want to read Twilight fanfiction and post on YouTube about religion. Some of the gems: Girl 1, Hahaha, the guy in the trailer looks like Gandhi Girl 2. Who's Gandhi Girl 3? Wasn't he a wrestler? Girl 1 yet? Girl 1, my mom is such a B. Girl 2, my mom is such a B2. Girl 3, my mom's the biggest B of all. She won't let me listen to my iPod when I'm driving. Girl 1, that's just mean. There's more, but frick, you get it. First I was irritated, then kind of angry, but eventually I just felt sad. Gandhi a wrestler? Really? It wasn't even necessarily the content of the conversation, really, but the speed at which topics shifted. It was like watching squirrels jerk off. Old backwaters fart, that's a friend of my parents, going on about how people are racist against white people. We have Black History museums, but not white history museums. We have Black History Month, but White History Month would be racist. And I'm sorry if you get stereotyped, but a lot of the time it's true. She goes on about Middle Eastern people here for a while, but I don't remember it well enough to reiterate. I then described the situation, incredulously, to my sister, 25 years old, who I was just starting to get closer with. In retrospect, now that I have decided to stop talking to her years later, I can see this was a red flag about how she approaches any and all experiences different from her own, including telling me my migraines are all in my head. Not as a pun, ironic joke. My sister's response to the above story: "Wow, yeah, geez. Those are things everybody thinks, but you're not supposed to say it out loud." We have Black History museums, but not white history museums. Yes, we do. White history museums are just called museums. We have Black History Month, but White History Month would be racist. We do have White History Month. It's called every single day of the year. When people use gay as a pejorative, I met a guy the other day, in his early 20s, who had replaced all negative words in his vocabulary with gay. You had a flat tire, that's frickin' gay. You lost your job? That's gay as crap. I ain't gay, but I want to be a waiter. That guy looks gay as crap. My computer is gay. I can't play any games. I know many people who do this actually aren't bigots, but you sound like one. It's an ugly tick. Homosexuals are gay as crap. Why should I have to learn about math and science when I'd rather know about celebrities or songs on the radio? Some girl who did not get a second date with me. I don't believe in dinosaurs. I mean, how do they know what they look like and what they ate? My response: I'm science. That's how. Not true. There's a lot of guesswork in the dinosaurs that we know. We have bones, so we know the general form, but we have very little to go off of as to what they look like with their skin scales. On Tuesday I worked in an area with a lot of Muslims. They were coming in and out of the store as we were doing an install. The guy I was working with is the single fastest install tech company wide. No exaggeration. When we finished up for the day, I was helping him load crap into his car and he tells me, "Man, I hate Muslims. Look at the way they dress. Just makes me wonder, what are they hiding under there? A bomb? An explosive? Are we all going to die?" Every single shred of respect I had for the man is now gone. I'm considering informing HR about this. This guy obviously shouldn't work with anyone who isn't Christian, or very quiet about their beliefs, but I'm sure somehow I would get fired for it, not him. My problem with Inception was that it held your hand and explained the plot like 3 times. So for that girl to say she doesn't like Inception because it makes you think is probably the dumbest person on the planet. I'd like to see her watch Antichrist. I lose respect for people who display more than a little intellectual elitism. For example, whining because someone doesn't like to read or do things that are mentally demanding. While I don't support anti-intellectualism either, we all have differences and there is more to a person and their value than IQ. Also, the genuinely smart people I know do not need to brag or puff up their ego by criticizing others. Those that do this sort of thing come across as mean-minded tryhards. While in the car listening to Crazy Train by Ozzy Osbourne on the radio, I can't believe they ripped off the Lil Jon song. I made her get out and walk. For those who are worried, we were only a couple blocks from her house. Obviously you can tell from my username, but that deeply offends me. This guy in our science class was flirting with one of my friends who was African American. When I asked her whether she likes him, no, I mean come on, he's black. Obviously we aren't friends anymore. I had a regular lunch buddy at work, someone I had known for a couple of years in a casual way. Suddenly at one lunch, she mentioned how Jews control everything around the world. It was like some scene out of V. I was polite, and I tried to argue her away from this position, but she was pretty sure that I was naive for not understanding this. It's been a few years now, but I don't remember ever talking to her again. My dad, let me tell you something. If someone uses a tissue then hands it to you, would you use it? Your GF is a used tissue. All Americans are. Don't get too attached. Frick off you sexist bastard and don't ever talk about my GF again. Same principle. I was talking to a co-worker about her faith, and I said something along the lines of why would you strictly listen to a book? Would you not want to learn from your own experiences and make those decisions? To which she replied, no, I don't want to think for myself. I want something to tell me what to think. And from then on, I never talked to her again, apart from the hey. What's the most unintelligent thing you've heard an intelligent person say? In university, a third-year student in virology class asked the lecturer how biological viruses were able to evolve and infect computers. As a software engineer, I say we burn them at the stake. Posted this before, but it's worth repeating. My mum once said there was no gravity on the moon. I explained that there was less gravity on the moon, not no gravity. She wasn't having it. There was no gravity on the moon. The longer the conversation went on, the angrier she got. At the end, the following exchange took place. Okay, mum, let me try and explain it this way. If there's no gravity on the moon, like, no gravity at all, then why didn't the astronauts just float off into space during the moon landings? Now you're being deliberately stupid. That's obvious. They were tied to the spaceship. Then why didn't the spaceship float away? Because it's really heavy. Ugh. Well, at least she didn't think it was a hoax. A friend of mine, when discussing that my birthday was on the 7th of June and my parents' anniversary was on the 6th of June, told me I was made because my parents were celebrating their anniversary. He was our valedictorian. When I was in college, my housemates were discussing when they were conceived. Nothing too interesting about my own conception. But that was an awkward moment to realize that my little brother's birthday was exactly 9 months after my own. When that commercial came out with the guy fighting a bear for salmon, one of my friends said it's obviously a trained bear, the bear that was just doing karate moves. He is an engineer now. Okay, it's obviously a well-trained bear. We love to rip on my mate for his blatant lack of general knowledge. Firstly, he stated there were 27 letters in the alphabet. Wait, no, it's 52, isn't it? And defended himself. And secondly, he was adamant that the ISS had artificial gravity that they can turn on and off at the press of a button. He's 21, at uni. 52 is correct if you count uppercase and lowercase as unique contributors to the whole. Yeah, let's go with that. At the top of a mountain, someone asked what the elevation was, and someone else responded, I crap you not, well the trail to get up here was 4 miles, so we must be 4 miles up, if not higher. This comes from me the other day. My shirt wasn't buttoned correctly and I couldn't possibly wrap my head around why it wasn't even on the bottom, so I told my wife that it must be the new style these days. I can neither confirm or deny my level of intelligence in other areas. You're not alone there. It takes me 3 attempts to put on a lab coat every time. Not say, but do. I had several teachers at my university that had MBAs and PhDs struggle to turn on a light projector. There was this one time they were all gathered around a simple projector trying to turn it on, doing all sorts of things around it like it was rocket science and looking really confused it wasn't working. The projector wasn't plugged to electricity. Nice. Watching teachers struggle with technology is one of the cringiest things. Some of it is just common sense. Like a preschool that I worked for a few years. The teacher would call tech support to turn the volume back up because she couldn't figure out how to do it. I would offer to help, but no, tech support had to do it. My friend is incredibly beautiful, smart, and kind. That being said, we were paddleboarding once and big, fluffy clouds kept blocking out the sun. A huge bummer, since it was windy and got pretty chilly in the shade. She looks up and sees that the big clouds are thinning out and wispy. Long clouds are blowing in. She says, oh, I was bummed because there's more clouds coming in, but those thin ones are high enough that they'll go behind the sun, so we're fine. Have not and will not ever let her live that down. Thinking that you can catch a genetic disease. My mother, everyone, graduated from a really hard private school, has 2 different degrees in economics and law. I had a friend try and argue this with the fact that HIV was a genetic disease because you can be born with it. Joke's on him. Mommy gives you that during the contact in pregnancy and birth. I'm IT. My entire day is intelligent people being idiots with computers. I spent 45 minutes helping an engineer who couldn't print. It took 30 minutes for him to open devices and printers. I work in a repair shop. I can't tell you how many people come to me saying their laptop won't turn on. Dead battery, plug it in, or that the sound doesn't work. Hit the volume buttons. It hurts. Talking in a bar to an obviously successful and wealthy businessman. I like this city, but there are so many homeless. I don't get why they don't just get jobs so they can buy houses. He thought street level poverty was voluntary. There are some people that openly choose to live that way, but definitely not all of them. Me and my sister were for some reason talking about mice and I must have mentioned their bones, and my sister laughs at me and then looks at me like I'm stupid and goes, mice don't have any bones. I laughed thinking she was joking, but she really thought they were boneless and was trying to make me the dumb one. She is legitimately really smart most of the time, but sometimes she'll look at me and say something absurd like chipmunks are just baby squirrels or ham doesn't come from pigs with the straightest face. Like I get being confused about something, but sometimes I wonder where she is getting these ideas from. Like I wish she was freaking with me, but she's really not. Luckily she's the funniest person I've ever met and I know she's smart. She just has her ditz moments. She also didn't know lambs were young sheep. I love her. Wait till she finds out about veal. I was talking roller coasters with a man whose intelligence level is far above mine. He insisted that a certain roller coaster had to be shut down because it kept getting faster and faster each time and there was no way to stop it. I reminded him that, because of physics, it's impossible for a roller coaster to go any faster than its normal top speed. He didn't believe me. Forget a perpetual motion machine. This is a perpetual acceleration machine. Good thing they shut it down, or it would have destroyed the Earth and possibly the universe in only a matter of hours. My cousin is an electrical engineer. We went to a Chinese restaurant one night that her brother bartended at, and were ordering at the bar. Bro is telling us about all his favorite things on the menu since he had just started working there. And she goes, Joe, what about those white chicken wings over there? What's he eating? And points to a guy down the bar with a plate in front of him. That's a pile of dirty napkins. Sounds like someone needs an eye exam. There's no ocean in BC. He had been living in Alberta, the province next to BC, for 5 years and had been to BC many times, not to mention the fact that he was born and raised in Canada. When I showed him on Google Earth and asked if he had ever seen a map of our country, he said that he assumed that there was more land on the other side of the border. He also said, well, I knew it was called the West Coast, but I didn't know there was ocean there. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I get. My wife is one of the most intelligent people I know. She's costs lawyer and is doing very well in her career, but sometimes her common sense is just not there. I was discussing getting a coil to help with periods, and out of curiosity I asked her how she thinks it's inserted. You swallow it, It took her a moment, and my confused shocked face to realize that wasn't the correct answer. To be fair to your wife, I don't understand what you're talking about either. I had a good friend in high school who was top 10, always got A's in all his AP classes, got a 33 on the ACT, etc. And out of nowhere he asked, how do garbage men make enough money to live off of if they only work 1 day a week? It was at a sports banquet and my parents overheard it and thought it was the funniest thing ever. Alright boys, my time to be stupid. I never realized I needed the answer to this. Someone please humor me. A bit late to this, but here goes. In high school our psychology teacher would start to the class off with some random trivia and whoever got the answer right would get a little candy. So this one day she asks what continent is Spain and obviously everyone puts their hand up and she chooses a girl who rarely answers the trivia, for good reason. And she responds with Montreal. I still don't understand how a human being can be that clueless. My high school physics teacher had a PhD in aerospace engineering. He was retired, and he strongly believed that global warming was a hoax and that Mars was going to be colonized by the year 2023. And that Mars was going to be colonized by the year 2023. I'm rooting for 2028. The company I work for is spread around several buildings. We heard a rumor that there was a fire at the main building. During a meeting my manager received a phone call about the situation. When he got off the phone he told us the fire rumor was no big deal and that it was only a drill. One of the engineers in the meeting immediately asked how in the world did a drill catch on fire. Must not have been a mechanical or electrical engineer or he'd know how a drill could catch fire, from experience. My history teacher said that Earth is in the center of the universe. It also said that in our textbook and I think they meant solar system. If it said Earth is the center of our observable universe, that would technically be correct, but I doubt that's what it said. Worked at a gas station. I viewed a client pull up, whip a door open and slam it against the large, shiny silver pole that protects cars from running into gas pumps. She then proceeds to furiously get out, scream with her head facing the heavens, and run into the gas station telling me I need to be more careful where I place those. The thing has been cemented into the fricking ground for over 20 years. Bollards. Those things are called bollards. Probably me. Got into an argument with my best friend over whether or not butter contains milk. I was on the losing side of that argument. My logic was that when it melts it's kind of like oil. My mind wasn't working very well. I bake with butter and made it once before. My dad repeatedly asserted that his high IQ and science degree masters in astronomy meant that his opinions were right about any given subject. He thought his politics, religion, views on child rearing, etc. had to be correct because he was smart. He thought he could work in any field, once, memorably, wanting me to submit his resume for a job that required a PhD plus a decade of experience developing drug candidates. Despite lacking so much as a bachelor's in chemistry, Dad was a genius, make no mistake, but he made the very ordinary mistake of thinking a limber intelligence makes up for a lack of knowledge and experience. I'm really smart myself, and in some ways, it can. I can bridge knowledge from one application to another, but I don't assume that just because I know a lot about medicine, I'm an expert in politics, understand how to take a good x-ray, or even that I'm the only person I work with whose opinion I can trust. My dad repeatedly asserted that his high IQ and science degree masters in astronomy meant that his opinions were right about any given subject. I didn't know NDT had kids. Neat. Africa is not a continent, my sister. Her reasoning was that if you were going somewhere in Europe you would say I'm going to Germany instead of saying I'm going to Europe, but when people are going somewhere in Africa they just say I'm going to Africa instead of specifying the country. Therefore Africa must be a country and not a continent. She had really thought about it, haha. My ex once asked me where is New Hampshire exactly? It's in western Massachusetts. right? We live in Massachusetts and he'd spent most of his life in New England. He was a smart guy but didn't pay a lot of attention in school, so he had some strange gaps in his knowledge. General intelligence is a lot rarer than specialized knowledge. Most people learn one specific thing and remain ignorant of everything else. I had to help a pediatric heart surgeon put air in his car tire one day. AHHH. That's hot as he grabs the tray of tater tots he made from the oven. Dude graduated with a 3.9 plus GPA in engineering and got his MBA at the same time. A medical student friend of mine was gazing philosophically into the water off the back of my dock when a fish leapt from the depths. He then looked at us like he'd cracked a code and asked, why do two fish always jump at once? He was referring to the ripples caused when the fish leaves the water and the ripples caused when the fish re-enters. Friend of mine has a nice car, but it's pretty old, 2004, I think. One day, she says her car has finally had it. It will not start, won't turn over or anything. She calls a mechanic friend of hers to come to the house. He can't figure it out. He tests the battery, and it seems fine. So he figures it must be the starter, but he can't fix that in her garage, so she has to get it towed there. So I'm driving her around because she has no car. The tow truck comes to her house the next day. Turns out that the car was left and drive. All the tow truck guy had to do was put the car in park and it started right away. When someone was asking me to change their username for them, they wanted a username that almost looked like a password as it had initials and numbers in it with an exclamation mark. Yeah, can you make that capital K lowercase b and 32, then capital G lowercase b and 12 followed by a capital 1. I was like, you mean an exclamation mark or the finance company? This person is a coder who knows every programming language just about and is a member of Mensa. So I'm going to guess that this guy has an inner monologue when he types and that he calls it a capital 1 just to remember where it is on the keyboard and it eventually just replaced the word in his vocabulary. So many for one person. My co-worker is as intelligent as she is stupid. I mean, I guess she's book smart and not real life smart. We work at a library and sometimes people would beep at the security sensors when they came in, not left. Usually it was if they had a book from a public library. We were at a school, and it wasn't a big deal. But then she would say that it's because they had an overdue book. But the desensitizing machine wasn't even hooked up to our computer. Like the desensitizing machine and the computer don't talk to each other, and our checkout system is through a website. Not even software that you don't need internet for. You could literally take the desensitizing machine anywhere and plug it in. But she was convinced it was people with overdue books. Like, yeah, let's shame people who have overdue books who might be returning them. Another stupid thing I heard her say and do was a student came up to her and asked her to sign a paper for him. Didn't ask what it was for, or why. Knew it was a troublemaking kid. It was a blank piece of paper. The kid had apparently used it to make it look like a pass to get out of class to go somewhere else. But she said, well, I signed it with my right hand so it's not even valid. She was left-handed. I had to leave the room when I heard that. My film class professor in a 4th year film class that was quite serious proudly admitted that he had never seen the Star Wars movies because he was too old for that when it came out initially and he intentionally avoids watching it. It was a stupid thing to be proud of, like incredibly dumb. How can you teach us about popular culture film if you actively avoid classics, good or bad, because you have some complex about not being a baby? Also, Star Wars never struck me as childish. It was a very odd thing for a man in his mid-50s with a PhD in this sort of thing to say. We were watching news coverage of XXXTentacion's funeral, and when the newscaster mentioned how he would beat up his girlfriend so severely she required a GoFundMe page, my dad let loose with a tangent on how the racists of yesteryear were right. Black men are oversexed brutes. Intelligence is very difficult to quantify and it's usually concentrated to very precisely defined areas of expertise or people possessing esoteric qualifications. No one is impervious to the effects of stupidity. Everyone said something vacuous or behavior in an asinine way. I think most stupidity can actually be attributed to nescience rather than impaired cognitive ability. There are many things I do not know or have an ineptitude for, but that doesn't mean anyone cannot acquire the knowledge or the pertinent skills. The most silly thing I've ever heard from a colleague who is preeminent in our field was, "I wonder if they are dead yet," as we made our way to a morgue to conduct rudimentary investigations. The contempt and self-loathing emanated from him for days. He immediately knew what he'd said, and yet he keeps forgetting this is where dead people are stored. He's incommensurably more intelligent than anyone I've ever known, but the morgue continues to confound him on his best days. My grandfather was an engineer for Boeing and in his old age volunteered and gave tours once a week at an aerospace museum. He spent his entire retirement rotting his brain with chain emails, Fox News, and Gulf television, and virtually nothing else. Very typical engineer personality, just hated deviating from routine or going out to socialize on his own. If it weren't for his wife, he never would have left the house. Towards the end of his life he derailed more than one dinner lecturing us earnestly about chemtrails. This was not the most appallingly stupid thing his diet of sensationalist bulls led him to believe in, but given his previous career it was downright tragic. Girl in class forgot gravity existed. She was the best student in the class, but she thought that when you would tilt a cup, the water would stay parallel to the bottom of the cup, and it wouldn't spill out. This was in the middle of physics class. Of all the classes to forget this in. My sister, a nurse, once asked, "How do blind people get around when it's dark out?" when we saw a blind man walking by at night. My sister is 20 years old and very clever, but last week she stormed into my room and yelled, "OMG, popcorn is called popcorn because it's literally popped corn." My cousin was in a freshman science class at University of Michigan and the professor was lecturing about albinos and how they often have trouble adjusting socially because of their odd appearance. She said, "Yeah, we had an issue with a lot of albinos in my high school. They were always getting into a lot of fights and causing trouble." The whole class sat in puzzled silence at the proposition that she had several albinos at her high school until one person chimed in with, "Are you sure you aren't thinking of Albanians?" She was thinking of Albanians. Regarding To Kill a Mockingbird, the people of Macomb weren't racist. They just had a system that worked for the majority of people living there. Smartest guy I know, PhD in philosophy, masters in finance, refuses to look at any evidence of evolution existing and claims only microevolution exists where a species changes to adapt to its environment, but no species has ever evolved to become another species. So he can admit that life forms change their genetic makeup over time to adapt to their environment, but for some reason he believes there's some magic wall that stops it from going too far. Refuses to look at hundreds of equine fossils that show that horses evolved from a small, forest floor mammal to the large, plain dweller we see today, despite the massive amounts of evidence and data. Not to be too edgy, but smart people can be brainwashed. I was talking about my friend who lives in Phoenix, and dude is all confused and says, how all I could think to say was, like in Arizona. He says, "OHH, I thought you were talking about like, the 51st state. If he wasn't from the US, I would understand. But he was born and raised here." Another person thought Celsius grew exponentially, like the difference between 100 and 101 was greater than the difference between 50 and 51. They were insisting it was a less accurate way to measure temperature. A smart person said to me that 40% of the country has diabetes. They then said that they read 40% are prone to diabetes and insisted that the word prone meant it has happened to you. Even after dictionary reference I couldn't win the argument. An old roommate of mine, who is naturally pretty smart, has had a few doozies. He thought the words twit and tea were the same, and always thought it was weird kids' books used twit so casually. He would buy a bunch of Wendy's cheeseburgers, then just place them in the microwave for a few days, no on, just closed, to stay fresh. He did the same with tortilla chips a few times. Anytime he would start to lose an argument, he'd say, "Well, in my opinion," and follow up with the same point he was just defeated on, like it being his opinion changed reality. Parents of Reddit, what is the dumbest thing you've ever heard from your child? Me, can you tidy your room please? 4-year-old son, but I'm playing a game, and in the game, this ain't my room. I did not know where to go with that. It's not really that dumb, but funny nonetheless. Looks like you've got a future lawyer on your hands. Son, in tears, my sister called me a trapezoid. Me, do you know what a trapezoid is? Son, no. She always uses big word I don't understand. Me. I would do this to my younger brother and look in the dictionary for words that I didn't normally use but were long enough to upset him. He responded by calling me a Cocoa Pop, a sugary cold cereal. His reasoning was that our mom told us that Cocoa Pops are bad for you, so therefore if someone is being bad then calling them a Cocoa Pop is a valid insult. According to my stepmother, when I was a wee lad she caught me eating rocks at the playground, so naturally she told me to stop eating the rocks. I apparently turned around and said they're not rocks, they're stones and continued to eat them. When I was about 2, my family caught me eating pea gravel. They asked what I was doing. I replied, baby rocks taste good. My 2-year-old daughter has started responding to me when I say that doesn't make sense by yelling sense is a tent, running around in no fewer than 4 circles, then jumping and landing on her butt. I have no idea WTF is going on but it drives me nuts. Deeply philosophical, our senses are, indeed, like a shroud, shielding reality from us rather than revealing it. Then again, she's 2. My little cousins who are 3 and 5 talk to each other in the minion language. I don't know how they know it so well but they actually communicate through it and decide stuff. It drives their dad absolutely crazy. Lilo and Stitch was really popular when I was younger and my brother spoke Stitch language and refused to speak in anything else. I was the only one who understood what he was saying, so for 6 months I was his translator. At my daughter's school she is in an optional lunch program Wednesday and Thursdays, so we don't send her a lunch those days. When my mom picked her up the first week that started and she didn't have a lunch bag she asked why and my daughter's answer was Mom and Dad don't feed me on Wednesday or Thursday. Well she's not wrong. So Maria mother's name, when did you meet grandma? Obligatory not a parent, my brother said it. He never called her by her first name before either. I bet he was thinking in his head wow I sound grown up as frick. Not a parent, but as children our parents asked my siblings and me what we wanted to be when we were older. The responses were, fax machine, baby stroller pusher, and a doctor. Frick my sister for having her life set up at 4 years old. 4-year-old was jumping in the shallow end of the pool. We told her not to jump in. She does it again and we say, what did we tell you about jumping? She replies, I didn't jump I hopped in. Listen here you little crap. Took my daughter for her first driving lesson on a deserted dirt road. Her younger sister also with us. I stopped to let the older daughter get in the driver's seat. We get situated and buckled in. My youngest daughter says put this baby in R and let's ride. Luckily the older one knew that the R is for reverse. We still laugh about that. That's adorable. I work as a camp counselor in the summers. I don't have kids though. This summer I was working with some of the much littler, 6-9-year-olds, used to middle and high schoolers, and they'd say some really interesting crap. And where one day we were lining up for lunch and of course our 6-year-olds find this task near insurmountable. So we basically just try to corral them off to the side. Today while I was telling them to scoot over I decided to throw a Russian accent on because being goofy and messing with them is about the only thing that keeps you sane in this line of work. So I'm saying, scoot over children in a Russian accent over and over and one of the kids looks at me, gets really confused, and then says we don't know Spanish. Thankfully other counselors were around who witnessed it with me. My kid jumped through a glass coffee table in the living room while trying to jump over said table from the couch. This was as dinner was being served in the other room. So my kid walks in, blood pouring out his legs. Nothing major. Sits down. I ask him what the noise was. The cushion jumped through the table. Proceeded to eat his dinner like nothing happened, raising a fiskapath. Before going to bed 2 nights ago, me, did you brush your teeth? Child, yes. Me, tonight? Child, oh, I thought you meant last night. When I was a kid I would always find ways to get out of brushing my teeth every night. My favorite technique was to wet the toothbrush to pretend I had used it. Terrible. Mommy, what's a midget? Well daughter, that's really not a very nice word to use these days, but essentially it is an adult that is the size of a child. Are they strong? They can be. Thinking I want to throw one off a bridge. Still don't understand how little person is an improvement. Maybe not dumb, but here was child 1, 6 yo, explaining to child 2, 3 yo, how band-aids work, and NBSP. Imagine we're in our house, K, and we're trying to get out by running into a wall. You know, that's like the band-aid. It keeps our blood in our fingers like the wall. That's actually pretty creative. Me at the age of 10. I had just cooked some pizza pockets or something and the instructions said let's stand for 5 minutes. Mom. Opens door. What are you doing? Pizza pockets fall over. Me. This is so frustrating. Mom. What is? Me. These pizza pockets don't stand very well. Mom. What? Me. The instructions said let's stand for 5 minutes. Mom. Okay then. I'll leave you to it. So many from my boy. He was a gold mine for these when he was 5. Son. Dad, what does organic mean? Me. It means these chickens were fed better food and were treated a bit better than regular store chickens. Son. Oh. So they were happy when we killed them. Son to teacher. My dad is Portuguese, but my mom is a vegetarian. Son. Calling out from the bathroom. Tired? Me. Yes. Son. Is there a bone in your penis? Me. No. Son. Are you sure? Me. If you can have one wish, what would it be? Daughter. That's easy. I would wish that owls had teeth. Me. Look of confusion. Daughter. I have my reasons. When my brother and I were kids, we were at my grandparents having dinner one time. My brother was babbling about some random crap as he always did, and my dad finally got fed up and told him to stop babbling and that when there is a moment of silence he didn't need to fill the void. My brother gets this grave look and just says, "When lightning strikes, nothing fills the void." We just looked at him for a moment like "Da fuck? Jesus, that's heavy." Not really dumb, but right after the birth of my twins, my nephew overheard me talking to my sister about how I had been on birth control and got pregnant with twins. My then 9-year-old nephew quips, "Sounds to me there was a whole lot of birth and not a lot of control in this situation." Ha 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 ha. That kid's a goddamn stand-up comic at the age of 9. Not a parent, but went to cinema with my little brother and mum to see Star Wars 2, Attack of the Clones. When Padme and Anakin kiss at the end of the wedding, my little brother exclaimed, "Mummy, why is my willy getting fat?" Caused a lot of giggling from anyone who heard. More in the uninformed category but funny nonetheless. My sibling. When we were kids, in store boys' clothes are so much better. Look at that, their underwear have pockets in front of it, so handy. Hand why indeed, degrees. I'm not a parent, but a much older brother. Kid bro asked me to buy him something once, but I have no money, I told him. In his infinite child wisdom he told me, "But you can just swipe your card." I then had to inform him that, unfortunately, that involves money as well and isn't an unquenchable source of wealth. My kid told me to just go buy more money, at least he added. At work he sort of gets it. My daughter yesterday, "Oh come on dad, the weather isn't even that bad, you don't know what you are talking about. I just want to go for a drive with my friends. I'll take Emily, her 4-year-old younger sister, with us if that helps." Yes, we live in the hurricane path. No, that does not help. While my sister and my 7yo nephew were visiting at my parents', this happened. My dad got up to check on said nephew in the bathtub. My dad opens bathroom door and cat comes flying out. My dad, "Why is there water everywhere?" Sister flies off the couch. My dad, "Buddy, how the heck did you get water on the ceiling?" Sister, "Did you put the cat in the bathtub?" Nephew, "No." Sister, "Then why is there hair all over your chest?" Nephew, shrugs, "I don't know. I have never laughed so hard in my life." Apparently he does this all the time and my sister has to check for cats before she lets him bathe. My 7-year-old niece told me that she learned what Martin Luther King said last year. Then she explained it to me. Then she proceeds to ask me if MLK was a president. I explained to her that he wasn't and that he was an activist during the 60s against segregation, which then led into me having to explain what happened during that period. She thought about this long and hard and described segregation as rude. All I could do was agree. Ouch, that's the harshest word of your niece's vocabulary, man. I said this when I was a kid. Dad, why are we in the return line when I thought we were just buying some clothes? When I ask it, I also like pull on his jacket to get his attention. But then he turns around and it isn't my dad. I was standing in line with this guy for like 3 minutes and he isn't even my dad. Similar experience was in the grocery store with my mom. Waiting in the deli, I was about 6 and had gone up to the display case to look at the meats and went back to my mom. I tugged on her shirt a little, doing the annoying mom. This woman looks down at me and I'm horrified and say, "You're not my mom." My mom was laughing her butt off a few feet away. My kids were in the backseat talking about how awesome life will be when they get their own place as an adult. My oldest says something along the lines of, "Yeah, I can play video games all day, go to bed when I want to, not listen to grown-ups bossing me around." My youngest says, "Yeah, I can put ham in the blender." Huh. Not really dumb, but one time my then 6-year-old daughter had a splinter in her finger and she was going to get it out. She announced, "I'm going up to my room to do things," to myself. Upon stubbing his finger on a basketball, I fingered myself. Afterward, unable to close his hand, I can't form a knuckle. My late 20s roommate. I feel like I'm basically his parent though, with the stuff he says does. Yesterday, in an attempt to get out of doing her homework for kindergarten, so it was literally just drawing pictures, my daughter told me she forgot what eggs looked like. To top it off, we had just got done making brownies. She insisted on cracking the eggs. Not a parent, but I have this vivid memory of being a kid and discovering that if I rubbed a scarf back and forth across the back of my neck, it felt kinda good. So like the sneaky devil I am, I locked myself in the bathroom and proceeded to rub it across my neck furiously for several minutes. Ended up with no skin on the back of my neck, in a lot of pain, with very confused parents. There was also another painful incident when my little brother and I were super young, sharing a bath together, and we got into mum's aromatherapy oils, thinking we were freaking masseurs or something. We rubbed pure, I believe it was, lavender oil into each other's backs. Stunk to high heaven and burnt our skin pretty badly. My brother's response when he found out his younger sibling would be a girl instead of a boy like he wanted, "Well, I guess it's better than a paper airplane." The 5-year-old I nanny for had a meltdown because her brother called her a fish. She screamed, "If I am a fish, I can't eat fish and I love fish." She didn't calm down for like 30 minutes. So not my kids, actually my dad. My grandparents both tell the story about how my dad couldn't say the word water but instead said wawa, and one day they had this exchange. "Child, I want some wawa." "Mom, you have to start calling it water." Child, really frustrated, "I can't say water, I can only say wawa." She describes the look on his face when he realized he said it as if someone had just lifted the veil on a world of color. He ran around the house screaming, "I can say water." That was like 60 years ago. I find it humorous still. When I was around 3 or 4 and my mom was pregnant. "Mom, you're going to have a sister." Me, "Where is she?" "Mom, in my tummy." Me, freaks out, starts to cry. "Why did you eat her?" "You ate her before I even got to meet her." When I was 5, my mom got her tubes tied. I walked in on her when she was in the bathroom and exposed and saw the bandage. Me, "Mom, why did they cut off your penis?" "Mom, I learned a lot that day about the male and female anatomy." No mystery why she got her tubes tied. I was about 7, and my ma took me and my brother to the doctors for a checkup. My brother got checked out first, and when the doctor said hop on the scales for me, he stepped on and started fidgeting. The doctor put his hand on my brother's shoulder and said, "Not like that, as in, stand still you little crap." However, I misinterpreted what he meant. When my time came, I literally hopped onto the scales and carried on hopping on one leg while my ma and the doc doubled over laughing. Me, "Did you just poop behind the sofa?" 3U, "Yes." Me, "Why?" 3U, "To see what it felt like." Me, "Okay, what did it feel like?" 3U, "Awkward. Had to leave the room laughing." Very honest answer though. This isn't really dumb, but rather humorous. I was telling my 3-year-old to pick up her toys from the living room one day. She picked up 2 toys. They abruptly stopped, looked at me and said, "How am I supposed to pick up more than 2 toys? I'm not an octopus." 18-hour car trip with me, my mom and sister. Me. 6. You are driving too fast. What if the police waits behind the hill? You are going to end up in prison. She drove 20 km per hour too fast. Mom, there is no police behind the hill. Just watch your movie. There was police and they stopped the car. So my sis. 5. And I started to cry and plead the police to not throw her into prison. I think they were sorry for her, so they just let us go without a fine. I'm kinda impressed that you, as 6-year-old, knew where the cops might be hiding. Hope you use your powers for good. When my brother was young, he managed to freeze the home computer. When I explained it to him, he proceeded to touch the side of the monitor and say, "But it's not even cold." Me at the age of 6 after a bad dream and staring out my window at the full moon. Mom. Dad from their bedroom. What? Me. I'm scared. Dad, why? Me. I'm looking at the moon. Dad, then stop looking at the moon. Me. Okay. And that's how I overcame my fear of the moon. When I was a kid, I was suspiciously eyeballing a box of condoms on the shelf while my mom was deciding which toilet paper to buy. Same aisle. I asked mom what they were for. She said they're a thing for a man. And satisfied with that answer, and based on the ring shape shown on the box, I confidently deduced that men put them on their nipples. Me. What did you do at school? 3. Yo, we talked about what we are going to do when we grow up. Me. What do you want to be? 3. Yo, a skeleton. A young spry 4th grader was learning the different parts of the body in science class. Later that week, when experiencing heartburn for the first time, she clutched her chest and exclaimed, "I am having rectum. My rectum is acting up." She meant angina, which was wrong too. What a dumb little hypochondriac. Could have been worse. Be glad it wasn't "my vagina is acting up." This is my time to shine. My parents told me when I was younger that if you have a fever your forehead will be warm. So in 2nd grade I didn't want to go to school one day. With decent 6-year-old logic I began using my hand to rub furiously against my forehead. I figured friction would heat it up, my parents would feel my forehead, and let me stay home from school. I actually burst a lot of blood vessels in the direct center of my forehead. So not only was my head not warm, but I had an embarrassing red scrape looking mark about the size of a Sacagawea coin. I think those are bigger than a quarter. It was there for 2 weeks. Parents asked me what happened. When I explained, my father couldn't believe that I had come up with that plan and thought it would work. I used to put my head and hands against the radiator, then walk over to my parents' door keeping my hands on my head so not to lose any heat, and it worked quite often. What's the dumbest thing you've ever done in that groggy, half asleep half awake state? Go woke up at 3 AM by hotel fire alarm. I'm not sure why, but I carried the ironing board out to the hall with me. Not clear what my goal was. My brother wanted to get breakfast, so I told him I'd go to the bathroom real quick and then we could go. About 10 minutes into my shower, I realized I was just going to pee before we left. Brother was amused but hungry. I had a newborn and a toddler. Sleep was non-existent in our home. I somehow was asleep this night, sleeping more soundly than ever. An Amber Alert went off on my phone, loudly, at 4:30 AM. I thought that it was the Owlet baby monitor. Goes on their foot, makes sure they're breathing, and went busting into my peacefully sleeping newborn's room. In my confused stupor I decided to yell "breathe baby" into my terrified newborn's face, still waiting to see if she's scarred for life from it. Around the time my daughter started crawling, I woke up in the middle of the night, hearing noise coming from the bathroom. Somehow my first thought was that the lil one had crawled in there and was about to fall face first into a toilet and drown. I heroically dashed to the bathroom and busted the door open on my very surprised wife in mid-p:. Tried to open my front door with my car key after a 12-hour drive home. I don't mean trying to put the key in the lock. I was pressing the button and wondering why the door wouldn't open. I tried unlocking the doorbell when I got home from work once. I once woke up, looked at the clock and thought, crap, I am late for work. The alarm didn't go off. I jumped into the shower and was showering as fast as I could when I glanced out the window, and it was dark out. It took me a while to process. I had fallen asleep in my bed after work, and it was now 7 PM. and not 7 AM the next day. This happens to me regularly. You'd think I'd learn. My dad lives 2,000 miles away from me, but for some reason I thought I was at his house when I woke up and I heard him talking, so I started trying to have a conversation with him. Then I realized I was on my own couch. I used to wake up and hear and have complete conversations with my girlfriend who wasn't there if I woke up at like 4 AM then went right back to sleep lol. Whoa, everyone here's done some extreme crap. When I was 13 I told my mom to shut the frick up when she woke me up. We weren't one of those families where the kids tell their parents to frick off. It didn't end well for me. TBH, that's the most extreme crap here. Shaved off my eyebrows. About 4 years ago at this point, I woke up as normal, showered, and started to shave. About halfway through, I stop and think to myself something's wrong here. The frick did I do? At this point, I noticed that my left eyebrow and half of my right one are gone. I don't know how, I don't know why, but mostly asleep me decided that my eyebrows needed to go. I looked freaky as frick for a month and a half. Should have dyed your hair golden blonde and say you're Super Saiyan 3. Once I poured myself a bowl of cereal and put it back in the cupboard. I sat down in the living room. 10 minutes later, I got up to make myself some toast because I was hungry. My mom found the cereal later that afternoon. She was not happy. I apparently put a half-full bag of chicken and cheese tortellini in the pantry instead of the fridge. The sadness I felt upon seeing it. No words. I got up to use the bathroom. As a guy you just have to slip out and do your thing. Not sure what my thought process was, but in order to get Lil me out I decided the easiest way was to take off my boxers completely. Then for some reason I put them in the toilet. I then did my business and went to put them back on. Once the soaked boxers touched my ankle I immediately woke up. I had never been so disappointed in myself. What the frick, this is hilarious. As a kid, I apparently woke up, went into my kitchen at around 1 AM, and pee into our oven. Heck yay. When I was about 12 I used to have a cat that would sleep on my pillow. He was enormous and took most of the pillow. I woke up and thought my pillow was actually one of my school notebooks and my cat was the pillow. So I got up and put my pillow on my desk and fixed the cat before putting my head on top of it. I woke up when he meowed when I laid my head on him. Freshly married, and my wife's cat would sometimes nestle on top of her head while we were in bed, sleeping. I came half awake once, yelled, "Cat," and swatted it to clear my new wife's head for her, except, no cat the time. All I did was slap the bejesus out of my sleeping wife's head. I had to change my clothes, took off the clothes I was wearing, then proceeded to wear them again. A few times, I've almost thrown my phone into the dustbin and kept what I had been meaning to throw on my table. I once forgot how to put a shirt on. I was 13 and in the pay locker rooms surrounded by friends. I almost started crying after a minute of frustration because for the life of me I couldn't remember how clothing worked. I woke up at 12:30 AM, walked into the bathroom and took a shower. My dad knocked on the door all concerned, "Are you okay?" I responded with, "I am just getting ready for school. It's 12:30 AM. Oh, I'm going back to sleep then. That's all I have, I think." I was super ecstatic to go back to sleep as I was super tired. The feeling of being granted another few hours of blessed sleep when feeling bleary tired is amazing. Good enough that I actually still, almost 15 years later, set my first alarm to about 1-2 hours before I need to get up, just so I can have that feeling of, oh thank God I don't have to actually get up yet. Accused my then boyfriend of unplugging the toilet from the computer and started screaming because I couldn't use the bathroom anymore because it was unplugged and wouldn't work. Then proceed to go straight back to sleep. A buddy of mine started freaking out one time because the power went out at his apartment and he couldn't fathom that a toilet didn't need power to flush. I woke up, kinda, and went to rub my eyes but for some reason just ended up shoving my thumb in my eyeball and my nail cut my eyeball. It was fabulous. Woke up around 3 AM, decided I needed to put my earring back in right at that moment. Reached blindly for my nightstand to grab it and start trying to put it in my ear, but it wouldn't go in and so I kept pushing harder thinking the hole had closed. Took me a solid 30 seconds to realize I was holding a large nail I had pulled out of my wall the day before. At least you got to skip the whole long gauging process. When I was 13 I had a few episodes of sleepwalking. One night I went to the fridge to get some milk. I opened the fridge door, grabbed the milk and poured it out into the dream glass in my hand. Dream glasses are a wee bit porous, so I wound up spilling it all over the floor. I woke up to my mum shouting, "What are you doing?" I was startled, immediately became aware of my freezing cold wet feet, and dropped the carton. Dang guys, I was gonna say I microwaved a cup of noodles, ramen, without water. The styrofoam melted and set off the fire alarm, but clearly I have to step up my sleepy game. Woke up to my current husband saying, put some ketchup on that B and call it a hot dog. Laughed so hard I woke him up. This is beautiful. I just needed to let you know that. Part of the Pee on Things Club. Done the downstairs TV a couple of times, but my worst best was when I was late teens, 17 or 18ish. Early hours of the morning my mom hears screaming coming from the bedroom, so she comes running in to see what is going on. As she opened the door I was stood, dong in hand, pee all over my brother and his bed. We shared a bedroom at the time, both with single beds in diagonally opposing corners. He was 11 or 12. She starts yelling to stop me, but my mom's shouting would not deter me and my stream continued. She resorted to hitting me to snap me out of it. I stopped mid-flow and turned 90 degrees to face her, still holding my super soaker, paused, and then said, "Do you not think you are being a little freaking unreasonable?" Returned to my previous position and finished showering my brother's bed, then went and climbed back into my own bed and left them to deal with what had just happened. I woke up in the morning, saw my brother's bed had been stripped and assumed he had wet himself or was sick. Went downstairs to be met with incredible awkwardness. Asked what was wrong and had the events of the night explained to me. I have absolutely no recollection of anything between going to bed and waking up that night. Woke up, heard people breathing, so I start freaking the frick out. There is definitely someone standing above my bed, I thought. A minute of pure terror ensues. Then I realize I'm not home and crammed in a room with 3 other people, and the relief was almost orgasmic. I woke up confused last night and felt like my girlfriend was too close to me. So I braced myself between the wall and my girlfriend and shoved her off the bed with my feet. I thought my phone was a giant bug and threw it on the floor in a state of panic. Probably should have had my glasses on. Thank God I'm not the only one who sees irrational freaky things when drowsy without my glasses. My dad told me to brush my teeth and apparently I walked into the kitchen, grabbed the dish scrubbing brush out of the sink, and started scrubbing my forehead with it. I remember waking up once to the alarm on my cell phone thinking, oh, that's cool. The phones they make now can make noise when you need to wake up. Must be a new thing. I didn't think about it again until later in the day and laughed at myself. Overslept. Got up quickly. Didn't realize both my legs were dead and slammed into the floor face first. Could get up again until the blood had returned and I'd stopped laughing. My friend broke his leg that way. Woke up late one day. Roommate had made coffee earlier in the day, but it was now cold. I fill my metal coffee mug up and put it in the microwave to reheat the coffee. Took me about 10 seconds before I realized why that was a bad idea. It was after my daughter was born. I was in that new parent sleep deprived state where you're not fully functioning, but you still need to take care of this little person you just made. She was crying and hungry, so I went to the kitchen to make her a bottle, poured the milk in, screwed on the top. Only, I forgot to add the nipple, so I walk back to her to feed her, and end up pouring milk all over my newborn baby's face. She starts screaming. I start crying. My husband runs out of the bedroom to find the baby soaked in milk and the both of us in tears. Fun times. Or about a month ago my mom went into my room before leaving for work, when I was still half asleep, and woke me up to say goodbye. According to her, I said 2 words in a language she never heard before. She asked me what I said and I repeated them. I remember nothing of this. My best friend's mom went to wake her up one day. Hey, it's time to get up, bestie yells back. I'm making brownies she had been dreaming she was baking. 3 weeks ago, I shook my GF really hard saying I may wake up. She asked me what was going on. The only thing I could answer was I don't know. She was pee. I heard my husband whine or groan or something in the middle of the night and tried to shove a boob in his mouth. I was nursing our first and it was just reflex. I bet your husband appreciated that. Last night I reached into the fridge after a long day of work, grabbed the wrong dark bottle, and poured myself a wine glass of Baileys to drink. Frick, that was awful. I went out shopping at the end of the work day after not sleeping at night, got home, put everything in the fridge, including the new mouse I had bought for my laptop, and went to bed. I have also woken up in the middle of the night, opened up the fridge and used a bottle from there to wash my hands because reasons. Sleepy me is not a smart lady. D. Oh, thank God it was a computer mouse. Very early one morning, before coffee, I started to back the car out of the garage without having first raised the garage door. Fortunately, I caught sight of the door in my rearview mirror just before impact. When I was a child once I walked downstairs, opened the door to living room and stood there staring at my parents for a while. They tried to ask me what's wrong but I didn't respond. Then I closed the door, walked back up, and when my mom came after me to check what the heck I was doing, I was asleep. I can't remember any of that. A few months ago, my aunt woke up in the middle of the night and accidentally used super glue instead of eye drops. She said it hardened on her eye right away and was easy to get out, but her eyelashes had to be cut by the doctor. I feel bad, but can't help but laugh. This is actually one of the weirdest things that has ever happened to me. A few years ago I somewhat woke up in the middle of the night and got freaked out thinking something was in my room. I actually woke up thinking this several times at this house. I then proceeded to jump out of bed, knock my box fan off the bookshelf I had it on, and jump up onto the bookshelf. Now this bookshelf is tall enough to where I couldn't have just jumped on top. I had to boost myself up, mind you. I ended up fully waking up on top of the bookshelf in a full panic, still thinking something was on my floor. I finally settled myself down and fully realized that I was on my bookshelf. I then realized my fan was on the floor and had fallen on my hard plastic cup with plastic straw and shredded the straw completely, so there was broken plastic all over my floor. I also managed to knock my TV over. It was hanging in the air due to the cord not being long enough for it to fully drop, but it's scrapped up against the wall and still has the white paint on it to this day. After going back to sleep and waking up, I tried to figure out how I got on the bookshelf by trying to use my foot on one of the shelves to boost myself, and even the slightest amount of weight on the shelf caused it to lift up and dump everything off of it. So I still have no idea how I got up there. I've woken up the same way before, except instead of climbing a boom shelf, I sprinted out of my dorm room and slammed the door behind me, locking myself out. I had to spend the rest of the night on the common room couch. I had dreamed that we didn't have milk at home, so I woke up my husband and told him to make only 1 cup of coffee because I don't like it black. Well, 2 things really. First thing, when I was about 6 or 7, I apparently sleepwalked out of my room, down the hallway, down the large L stairway, down another hallway, into our kitchen, opened the fridge and pulled my pants down. Luckily, my parents were both up drinking coffee in the dining room, and were able to stop me and led me to the bathroom. I remember waking up along the way. Second one happened yesterday. I am 24. I went to bed early, 9 AM. I work 3 RDS, and had a box of Cheez-Its next to my bed. At about 1 PM, I woke up, eating the Cheez-Its. I had gone through half the box at that point. I woke up groggy, and was like the heck? I woke up after having slept on my arm all night, so it was completely numb. I lifted it to try and get the blood moving again and wake it up, but it gave way and smacked me right on the nose, giving me a bloody nose. I had to physically use my right arm to move my left arm left side of my body so I could flip over once. For some reason I was sleeping upside down in my bed. My head was where my feet would go, vice versa, and I was having a dream about Lord of the Rings. My alarm went off, and in my dreams there were goblin war drums. My dad walks in and yells at me for not waking up. I apologize and go about my day. At least I wish that was what happened. Instead, my dad yells at me, To which I'll look him dead in the eye and say, don't worry, it's just the goblins. He was very confused. Woke up in the middle of the night to pee and realized I had left my curling iron on from the night before. I pick it up with one hand and grab the plug-in in another and pulled both hands back towards me at the same time. The hand holding the curling iron went towards my face and I burnt my lips pretty bad on the hot iron. One time when we were at a hotel in San Antonio, I woke up from sleeping and went to the coffee maker and started to undo my pants to take a pee. Luckily, my dad was completely awake and redirected me to the actual restroom. I put my phone in the fridge. Couldn't find it for 3 days. It was kind of freeing, to be honest, but I did have to write directions down on a piece of paper. What is the stupidest thing you have ever heard out of someone's mouth? How do left-handed people drive, my sister? As she then proceeded to try and drive left-footed. We just change the steering on the passenger side. That's why you see so much cars like that in the UK. Lots of left-handed people. What's chicken made out of, my dumbass of an older brother? It's made out of children. Everyone knows that. Is the President of the United States also the President of Canada? No, the Prime Minister of the United States is the President of Canada. Someone put their jacket right beside a stove and said, don't worry, it's waterproof. Sounds like something I would say. You're not Asian, you're Chinese. I had a new girlfriend who asked to a room of my friends, 2 of them Korean. So like, what's the difference between an Asian person and a Chinese person? I wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Still not the stupidest thing I've ever heard someone say. That would be another girlfriend who asked me if the water tanks painted with dolphins near our beach were where they keep the dolphins at night. As a Scot in the US, I got called English once. When I told them I was from Scotland, they said yeah, English. So, he didn't make it. A gentleman in a pub once asked me where I got my fake American accent from. I replied, same place you got your English accent. I'm Canadian. He was Irish. London is the Paris of New York, said my friend after a few drinks. We never let him forget it. I live in a pretty small town and I googled town name shirt once. This company obviously just inserts whatever you googled onto a shirt and gives you a preview. Because I'm pretty sure no one has actually made a shirt that said London, Paris, Tokyo, Podunk Town. I once had to explain to a call center colleague that blood oranges are not like blood diamonds. I totally get the logic on this one though. Someone told him once that most diamonds are blood diamonds and cause untold misery, yet everyone buys them anyway. He sees blood oranges and probably has some vague idea that some food supply chain stuff is also very bad ethically, which is totally true, like cartel avocados and stuff, and put 2 and 2 together. Like, if you think about it, it isn't much weirder for there to be 2 well-known slave supply industries than it is to just have one. Dude is dumb as rocks, but if it's stuck in his mind like that and he never bought any blood oranges or diamonds, that's a person with a pretty solid moral code emo. If you're not circumcised, you're gay. On some ships in the Navy, the bigger ones, the doctors offer to give vasectomies and circumcisions to keep their operating skills up. I'm not kidding. One of my shipmates said that on his previous ship, a sailor has decided that he wanted to get circumcised. He went off to the operation on the appointment day and came back about 10 minutes later. His buddies asked, "What happened? Did you chicken out?" He replied, sheepishly, "No, it turns out I'm already circumcised." He didn't have a response when they followed up with, "What did you think they were going to cut off?" I shat you not. I heard that the earth is hollow, and we live on the inside. When we look at the sky, we are looking into the middle of the earth, where are 3 spheres. Black body sphere is the biggest and it has dots on it. That's night. Sun and moon are smaller spheres. At night, sun is behind black sphere, so it is dark. Also, you can't see other parts of the earth just by looking up, because light does not travel in a straight line. It travels in a spiral. The thing that threw me off most about this is that they claimed light travels in spirals. If it did, you wouldn't see anything like you normally do, and it wouldn't just disappear either, making you not able to see the other side. A pop stan once told me, "Bruh, stop stealing Korean culture and acting Korean, you freaking racist. I am Korean." North or South? Maybe he thought you were stealing North Korean culture. Australia doesn't exist yet, like Chris Hemsworth and Margot Robbie are from Asgard. Bad news for me seeing I live in Sydney. I'm partially deaf. I've been partially deaf since I was 3 years old and I've been slowly but surely getting more deaf. I had a manager tell me I needed to work harder to get over my hearing loss. There was genuinely no concept of hearing loss being permanent in some cases and no amount of working harder would get rid of it. Shouldn't have skipped ear day at the gym. It was a video with two people arguing and one of them roughly says, with full confidence dog sperm can get me pregnant. Oh lord. I worked at a hippie crystal store in the mall. These girls come up and are looking at our amethyst cathedrals. Big pretty chunks of amethyst. One reached out to touch it and her friend immediately held her back and pulled her away, yelling don't touch that. It's amethyst. Being around it gives you asthma. She was genuinely upset. I stopped dead in my tracks when I heard that one. That's it. The dumbest thing I ever heard. I thought snow was just the dust that blows off mountains and rain was when the snow melted. 23-year-old in one of my uni classes. What the frick? A woman I know adopted a baby from an Eastern European country. Someone who worked in our city's education system said, but when she grows up, how will you understand what she's saying? That sounds like some crap I'd say and immediately realize what I just said. Overhearing a conversation on a cruise deck between two people. Look at how many stars there are out there. Yeah, they're actually pretty big too. If one crashed all the way in the water over there, it bet it would splash us over here. I was in a Warby Parker one day and there was a married couple being waited on ahead of me. I'd guess they were both maybe 50. The sales guy was showing them a pair of transition lenses and the man just could not understand them. The sales guy tried to explain them. His wife tried to explain them. He just kept replying, but I don't understand how they give you night vision. They brought him outside to show him how they lenses darken in sunlight so you don't need a separate pair of sunglasses and he was like, oh okay, I get it now. But how does the night vision work? After 20 minutes or so they gave up trying to explain to him that the glasses do not give you night vision. Let the man just have his night vision glasses. My uncle once said plastic isn't bad for the environment because it's not like it's not of the earth. Everything in it came from here. I responded with same with nukes and he changed the subject. My mom told me to lick my teeth regularly to straighten them out. I've spent about 6k and 2.5 years in Invisalign because she was convinced I could literally lick my teeth straight. Dentist actually told me to push teeth straight with my tongue when I was 7. Just push whenever you think of it throughout the day. So maybe she thought you lick really hard. I was working midnights back in the 80s. It was almost dawn and a few of us were hanging out in the parking lot. Venus was blazing away in the pre-dawn sky. I pointed it out to my co-workers and how it was easy to find in the sky. Its positioning in relation to the sun when I got interrupted by one of the guys standing there. He was pretty adamant that the sun revolved around the earth. Tampons have asbestos in them to make you bleed more, so you need to buy more of them. From a girl at a bar roughly 2003/2004. I just laughed and said, where'd you hear that? On the internet, as this was the era of chain emails and non-facts floating around online. Not surprisingly, yes, she did read it online. This one has been around since before the internet. I remember hearing it when I was a kid, except it was a particular brand of tampon, and I think it was fiberglass instead of asbestos. I think being cryogenically frozen would be cool because you could see the future. I'd have to bring a space heater or a blanket or something though. I don't like being cold. Star basketball player in my high school health class. I'd like to think that I will come back to this post to cheer myself up after doing something stupid. Leaving the movie Titanic in 1997, I passed a person and overheard them say, that movie was so unrealistic. No ship like that would sink. Legit hadn't heard of the sinking of the Titanic and thought the events in the movie were fiction. No ship like that would sink. She's made of answer. I assure you, she can. A roommate had to walk to work 2 kilometers in the sun. He asked me how he'd stop his head getting burnt, and asked me for advice on how to put sunscreen in his hair. I suggested a hat. He was floored, mouth dropped open, and thought it was a great solution. He told me I was so clever. Haha. No way these people exist. My very diabetic friend had dangerously high blood sugar levels and was in the emergency room. When she was starting to feel better and expressed that she was hungry, the nurse brought her a white bread ham sandwich, banana and juice box. When my friend said, "I can't eat this, it's literally all sugar," the nurse looked her dead in the face and replied, "I don't know what you people can eat. Do you want an extra juice box?" I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't in the same room. One of my old friend asking in a serious voice traveling down to the beach house late at night, him looking out the window. "So who changes the batteries on the side reflector post when they run out?" Just tell him it's one of the jobs for community service when they pick up trash on the highway. Designated battery guy. Court ordered. It's not the stupidest, but it's the most recent ones to mind. I'm a vet and was giving discharge instructions a dog after a neuter. Owner after dog neuter. So where are his stitches? Mio between his legs. Him his front legs or back legs? Me. His back legs. Where do you keep your testicles, sir? Oh, I have one, you'll love then. I called the client to schedule a recheck for her dog who had a yeast infection. She very confidently told me he can't have a yeast infection anymore because she stopped feeding him bread. My old manager always had something to say about everything. I was due with my first child and our old hand-me-down fridge died suddenly. We bought a cheap but perfectly fine replacement. She asks me if it has an ice maker and I said no. She then says, "You should have bought one with an ice maker because now that you're having a baby you're going to be using a lot of ice." The kid is 12 now and has had 2 sisters join him, and I still know why I need the ice. Most likely no one that has seen a dinosaur is still alive. Bonus point because this was said while dragons from GOT were shown on TV. The idea was to point out that the TV show Game of Thrones was not real, since people who lived with the dinosaurs are most likely dead by now, and no one can be sure what a dragon looks like. Plenty of people have seen dinosaurs. My Walgreens pharmacist just this morning that said he would sell my insulin but wouldn't sell my syringes. WTF am I supposed to do with a vial of insulin with no way to inject it? In history class back in the day, our teacher wanted to show us some video. Teacher pulled down a projector screen and turned on the projector. Started to play the video but had no sound. The stupidest girl I have ever met declares I'll fix it and approaches the projector screen. Looks at it for a minute. Looks behind the screen. Then finally announces she doesn't know what's wrong with it. I once was talking about how my mom used to have to steal food clothing when my siblings and I were children so we could survive. Then my friend just says, "Yeah, but I bet you guys still ate blackberries. You can't be poor if you eat blackberries." Apparently. This is particularly hilarious to me because at our poorest my family ate a lot of blackberries. They were free because the entire roadside in our neighborhood had blackberry bushes growing along the side, and we'd pick pounds of them and make pies, jams, and just eat them straight all the time. I asked my student why she missed 5 weeks of class and she said while looking me dead in the eye that she had a nosebleed. I mean, if I had a nosebleed that lasted 5 weeks, school would be a pretty low priority mayo. There was a woman I worked with. I privately called her Mango Brain because she had the mental capacity of a mango. We were all standing around at work and talking about Thanksgiving and talking about how turkey is a special treat. The conversation took a turn when she piped up, "Mango Brain, MMMM, turkey, bork bork bork, me, turkeys go gobble gobble not bork, MB, I wouldn't know, I'm a city girl, all I know is that goats are baby sheep." She was so confident about it too. She also thought the words to Donkey Shown were donkey chains. Darling, donkey chains. I've never met anyone else as clueless in my life. LOL at donkey chains. Can't remember the exact way he phrased it, because it was quite a few years ago, but it was something along the lines of, "You girls are wearing jeans like you're going to a party. Girls should wear skirts." Anytime someone tells me that girls wearing pants isn't biblical, I remind them that men didn't wear pants back then either. Years ago I worked at a convenience store where everyone wore ties. Had a lady come in and rip on me, female, and another female employee for wearing men's clothing. Went on and on about how her church teaches that women should dress like women blah blah blah. She was wearing pants. Okay, they had flowers on them, but they were still pants. Overheard a girl from the UK completely unable to understand that island could also belong to her country. Another student tried to explain where she was from, but they got stuck at so it's an island, so it can't be part of the Netherlands. Islands are not part of the country. I mean, if she was from a landlocked country it would be incredibly stupid, but being from the UK takes it up another level. A friend and I were talking to this girl in high school who'd been in a stage play of Aladdin when she was younger. Friend: so did they have a real magic carpet? Girl: I don't remember. IDK the context, but she might have just meant she didn't know if they had a carpet flying on wires or just one on the ground. That sounds like something I would say, haha. Something to the effect of mice turn into those big nasty rats when they get older. This person didn't know that mice and rats were different species. I think this one is a classic. A dad joke. A high-end hat-tipping extravaganza. A centerpiece of all mainstream stupidity. What's Obama's last name? Kerr. Me. OMG. Today a 4th grade student asked me whether the boy cows or the girl cows lay eggs. Where do I even start? Adult friend: what do you mean? Just keep it simple and tell him the girl cows. Yes, and chicken come from their mama's tummies. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Do you want a treat? I'm a good boy, Tim. You said it 5 minutes ago. And of course I want a treat. This post deserves belly rubs as well. A girl screamed at me to score a birdie when I was playing for my school soccer team. I ain't kidding when I say this. About 5 of us just stood and stared while the ref kept yelling to play on. One time we were driving past a wind farm. A particularly big one too. My grandma asked what all the giant fans were for. My dad told her they were communicating with aliens. She was silent for another minute, so we assumed she knew it was just a joke. But then she suddenly says, "Wow, there must be a lot of aliens." A girl I used to know thought that Alaska was an island because it has its own box at the bottom of the map next to Hawaii. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video. Bye for now.